13th. We're going to get started today with our National Hereford Open show and our National Junior and Open Maine-Ann and Maine-Angus Maintainer shows. Before we get started, we want to make sure that we pay tribute to this nation that we are all in today. So at this time, if I could have you rise and remove cover for the singing of our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
We're now underway with our Open Hereford show for today. Our judges for the Hereford show is Miss Terry Barber and Mary Barber. I'm assuming there's some kind of a relation there with the last name of Barber. They didn't laugh, so they must be sisters, maybe. So in the ring at this time is now Class 301. These are horned cow-calf pairs. We have a single entry within this class, entry 3629. That is going to be from Aubrey Lockhart. This is the only cow-calf pair within the division, the only class as well. So therefore, this will become your champion horned cow-calf pair.
Welcome to the Hereford Show this morning, exhibitors and spectators. Certainly a pleasure to be here, and what a strong cow-calf pair here to start your horn division. As he just mentioned, this will be your champion in this particular category, and just a really outstanding female. She's extremely broody and maternal in her look. We love the depth of her fore and her rear rib. She's got a nice balanced udder, sound on her feet and legs, really good foot, a lot of bone. Extremely good from her hook screw pins and in great condition with this month-old calf. Really nice heifer calf with a lot of pigment, a lot of future. It looks like for her, she's long and strong in her top. She's got some muscle shape already. She balances as nicely as her mother. Just really a strong pair, and we commend y'all for bringing them here today, and wish you success with the younger calf later on. Congratulations on a really nice pair.
Your champion horn cow-calf pair comes from entry 3629 of Aubrey Lockhart. Up next would be Class 101 within our Hereford show. We're going to have in this class horned spring heifer calves calved May 1st through June 21st of 2023. We have entries in this class from Macy Mackey, Haxton Harold Hoffman, Aubrey Lockhart, Ella Pagel, and Brayson Mayo. These are the 5 entries that will make up this class of Class 101 of your horn spring heifer calves within your Hereford show. We will get underway over here in our South Show ring. We'll start with our class number 1. These will be our junior Maine-Anjou in the spring heifer calf division. These will be calved after May of 2023. We did have a little difficulty getting everybody here because barn speakers are not working at the moment, and so it's hard to get people up here if you can't call for them. So apologize for the delay on getting those exhibitors up here, but once we get everyone here, we will get started with our Maine-Anjou female show over in the South Show ring. Class number 1 of our junior Maine-Anjou is now underway in the South Show ring. Within this class, we have entries from Sarah Rimple, 2 of them to be exact, Ryan Carlson, Vienna Sells Jaime, and Landrick Hansen. These are the entries that will make up class number 1 of our junior Maine-Anjou in the South Show ring.
got a really competitive class of horned spring heifer calves here. We think this class sorted out pretty easily for us. There's definitely some differences on their EPDs and their profiles. The heifer that's going to win the class just does so on style and balance. Phenotypically, she just puts a lot of really nice things together for us. You can see how base wide she is from any angle. We really like that strength down her top. Tremendous in terms of her hooks to her pins. You get behind her, really, really expressive in her muscle. Beautiful profile. Love that rib shape. And then she's just so extended through her front end. She lays in nice as any of them out here in the point of her shoulder, and you put her on the move. She's got some substance of bone, great foot. You know, I guess if you're going to say something about her on her EPD profile, she could be a little higher in some of these traits, but for that phenotype, she wins it hands down. Congratulations. The big, powerful heifer here in second, she most closely follows this class winner. This heifer's got a lot of boldness of rib. I like the pastern shape she has. She's not as nice and neat through the top of her shoulder. She's not as attractive from her hooks to her pins, but you get behind her, and I really like the width that she has. She's got some expression down in that stifle. Strong in her top line, just not as attractive when you put her on the move. Not quite as fancy as the heifer that wins it. Nice heifer here in third. Really like the freshness of this female. She just gets a little shorter, I think, when you compare her to the two in front, where we'd like to change hers from that shoulder out. She gets a little rounder. We'd just like her free her up on the move, give her a little more extension to go higher today. Really a nice green heifer here to finish the class. This female's very attractive in terms of her dark color and her pigment. She's long and strong down her top line. She just plays out too much in that lower quarter for us. We'd just like to free her up on both ends and soften her on her top line. Really a nice class winner. Congratulations.
Well, it's certainly a pleasure for me to be here at the National Western and evaluate your Junior Maine show. Really a tremendous class that I think comes together pretty simply to me. One thing that's made this nice is a lot of times early in the morning, first class, a bunch of calves that haven't been shown, you know, they come in here and they're acting a little squirrely. You know, these young exhibitors have made this really a pleasure for me. They've all done a really nice job. The cattle, you've been able to get a good read in terms of their structure, and I think they're certainly to be commended for that. The young lady's heifer that starts off, I think one from a structure standpoint, she's the one you like the best. From a balance standpoint, just beautiful in the way her neck ties out of the top of her shoulder. She's long and extended, yet she still has the advantage in terms of depth of rib and depth of flank. I think that's a big advantage she has over the heifer. And second is she's just got more through her center body and more length out over her hip. The closest placing is probably 2 and 3 today, but I think the structural correctness of the heifer that we're going to have in second allows her to place over the heifer in third. Not only is she set back just a notch further at her knee, but more importantly, she definitely takes a more collected stride out of her hock and down into her pasterns. We could definitely give an advantage to the heifer in third, having more of the same body shape as the one we start with. That's a long-fronted female that's got a lot of muscle shape down her top and out of her hip. Just want to see her go a little better off of her hind end. Young man's heifer's got a really nice, really fresh female coming out next. Very flat in her shoulder and long and extended up through her front end, really clean and flat about her joints. I hope you don't give up on that heifer, young man, because she's got a bright future. Just doesn't have enough weight and pounds today to compete with those cattle ahead of her.
Your results within your Hereford show from Class 101. Fourth place goes to Ella Pagel. Third place, Brayson Mayo. Second place, Macy Mackey. And your class winner was Haxton Harold Hoffman. Coming into your Hereford show ring at this time is now Class 102. Your results for your first class of your Maine-Anns. Fourth place goes to Landrick Hansen. Third place goes to Ryan Carlson. Second place, Vienna Sells Jamie. And your class winner is Sarah Rimpel. Up in your Maine-Ann show, we will now have Class 2 enter the show ring. Within your Hereford show, we have Class 102 in the ring. Class 102 consists of entries from Mason Nipper Collins, Hunter Heeson, Fallon and Gunnar Gore, Logan Schmidt, Remington Blesson, Ireland McCreevy, and Mark Kipton Lofton. Those are the entries that make up Class 102. Over in your Maine-Anjou show, we now have in the ring Class 2. Class 2 consists of entries from Ryan Carlson, Allison Boyle, Trevor Williams, Hudson Harris, Abby Wilkins, Bianca Wood, and Annaline Beach. These are the entries that make up Class number 2. We will introduce our Maine-Ann judge for the junior show. It is Mr. Tyler Cates of Indiana. Tyler, along with his wife Courtney and daughter Piper, they own and operate Cates Farms and Sunrise Sunset Farms. We appreciate Tyler coming all the way from Indiana to judge this National Western Stock Show for our Maine-Anns today.
Another tremendous class here in your High Maine show, and I think a heifer that comes to the top, just putting everything together into the most complete package. She's the heifer that you prefer in terms of her structural design, and with that, she's very nicely balanced. She's as opened up and as broody and cowy as any heifer we have. Biggest advantage that she has to the heifer in second is she just has a little bit more length, but also has a little more depth from her forward back to her flank, and she does get out and travel just a little softer down into her rear pasterns. Ideally, you know, that heifer every once in a while wants to roll on her outside toe, but you get in behind her, she keeps her hocks in and does a nice job there. The heifer we have in second, to me, she places over the heifer in third because she's more moderate, she's got more width of chest, she's got more forerib, she's better coming out of the backside of her shoulder, she's deeper bodied. You know, the heifer, you can contend that the heifer in third maybe follows the frame and the length and the pattern of the heifer that we start with, but she doesn't have near the body shape of that heifer. And to me, the question in this class was what to do with this heifer, whether you run her next or you put her after the two bigger bodied ones coming next. But I guess I think this female's extension up front end, her freshness, allows her to place today over the two right behind her. And the two right behind her are bigger bodied, they're probably stouter, but they're also higher condition and further along. Between these two heifers, though, I think the baldy heifer has just a little neater neck, a little neater throat and chest than the young man's black heifer that comes out next. I like the black heifer. I think she's going to make a nice cow for this young man. I like her on the move. I think she gets out and flex. flexes, and that's why she places over the two right behind her. The two right behind her are cooler necked and bigger boned and stouter. Cattle that just don't have as much function in terms of their feet and legs when you compare her to the young man's heifer that leads out. Nice class.
It's really a nice class of horn spring heifer calves over here. Top end of this is just super stout. Go ahead and bring your second around. These two females, really, really nice. Their patterns are beautiful. They profile great. Love the rib shape, the depth of fore and rear rib, the muscle shape, just the overall base width. These heifers are deeper in their twist, I think, compared to the other heifers in this class. It comes down to kind of nitpicking between these two. Really, the mobility and the structural soundness, especially on those rear legs, is going to propel our class winner here. She's just really elegant when you put her on the move. She's got a nice flex to her pastern. You get behind her, she's really good from her hock down to the ground, extended through that front end. She's probably carrying a little more condition. She looks plenty condition for us today, and I think that's where the advantage in freshness and leanness comes in this second place heifer. Equally deep, love the rib shape. She's maybe not as level from hooks to pins as our class winner. Extremely good through her front end, very youthful in terms of her face and her look. We'd just like to see her handle those hind legs a little bit better today to go higher, but two really high quality females here. Heifer in third, a really stout made female. This heifer's got a lot of growth to her. She's powerful made. She's tremendous in terms of her hip and her stifle, that muscle shape. You really appreciate. She's bold in her rib, but along with that, she gets a little coarser, not quite as elegant through her front end. Heifer that we'd just like to free her up and make her a little truer from the knee down to go higher today, but really a nice high quality female. Then we get into a heifer here that you really like her from the side. This heifer's really showy. She's strong in her top line. She's just a little too rigid. Would like to free her up on both ends, drop her down a little bit lower in that lower 1/3 to make her more elegant from the side. Really a high quality female here the young lady's got. Really like the depth of rib, the strongness down the top, super long sided from hooks to pins. We'd just like to clean her up, make her a little more elegant and feminine through the front end to go higher today. Congratulations again to your class winner.
Your results from Class 102 of Horned Herefords. Fifth place goes to entry 3558 from Remington Blessed. Fourth place, entry 3559 from Ireland McCreevy. Third place, entry 3555 from Hunter Freeson. Second place goes to Mason Nipper Collins. And your class winner is from Fallon Gore. At this time, within the Hereford Show, we will now bring up Class 103. These will be Horn Spring Heifer Calves. We have 3 entries within this class. We'll have an entry from Hayden Marie Hoffman, Ryan Allen, and Jason Diaz. Results over in your Maine-Anjou show from class number 2. 7th place went to Annalyn Beach. 6th place went to Trevor Williams. 5th place went to Hudson Harris. 4th, Bianca Wood. 3rd place, Abby Wilkins. 2nd place, Ryan Carlson. And your class winner, Allison Boyle. In the ring at this time, now for your Maine-Anjou show, is class number 3. This is the last class of the division of our junior heifer calves. Within this class, we will have Skylar Coffey, Gentry Rigby, and Ethan Smith.
Again, over here in your High Maine show, I think a really nice female to start off the class that's going to really fit in and be interesting to see when we get our class winners back out here. But this is a heifer you have to like from the ground up. She's got a nice foot, correctly shaped, a good structured female that I think is kind of right where she ought to be in terms of frame size for a February heifer. I think a heifer that balances nice. We'll look forward to getting her back out here. The placing that you have to decide on comes between the next 2 heifers. Both heifers you'd really like to change in the way they're designed in terms of their structure. Today I just opted to go with a heifer that's a little more opened up and a little cowier in her design. She's the female that's got more chest and forerib and depth. The heifer that we have third is a little longer bodied, and I do project probably, to have a little more continued growth to her. But a heifer that with her also challenges in terms of structure. I just like to deepen her up to make her a little cowier, and also that help her balance better when you get her on the side.
Results from class number 3 within the Maine-Anjou show. In third place, we have Gentry Rigby. Second place goes to Ethan Smith. And your class winner goes to Skylar Coffey. At this time, we will now bring back our first and second place winners from classes 1, 2, and 3. And our judge will now select your Maine-Anjou Champion Junior Heifer Calf.
Folks, we've got a really nice horned spring heifer calf. These calves are all born within about 24 days of each other. Really nice class, top end, extremely high quality. Commendable numbers on this top heifer here. She's really, really good across the board. Love her cavanies and her birth. She's adequate in terms of her growth. Really good all the way across on those indexes as well. Phenotypically, this heifer just puts the most good things together. She's flawless in her design down her top, really, really deep in that lower quarter. She's got some base width to go with it. Love the juvenile, the youthfulness, the freshness this heifer has of the other ones here in this class. And if I'm going to change her anything, I'd maybe like to see her a little truer from her knee down. She wants to just toe out just ever so slightly when you see her parked here, but she gets her on the move. She's a free, easy traveling heifer, just beautiful from the design and the profile. The heifer in second, maybe a little bit freer from that knee down. Maybe that's her advantage to our class winner. Extremely extended through her front end, another really nice, authentic looking female from her top line down. I think this heifer gets out and moves really well. In terms of her structure and her soundness, maybe not as attractive right behind the shoulder as our class winner, but another really nice heifer to go in second. We get a bigger, taller framed heifer here. Beautiful in terms of her design from that shoulder forward. She's really nice and neat from her knee down. I think she's got an advantage there as well. She's not as deep in that lower 1/3, not as balanced. And when you put her on the move, you just kind of want to soften her up on that top line, make her a little more attractive on the go. Really a high growthy heifer here. I'd like to tone her frame size down for the age and for the length of cannon bone she has for this class, but she just needs to be freer and softer off both ends, deeper sided for us today. Again, a really nice class winner. Congratulations.
Your results from Class 103 of Horned Herefords. Fourth place goes to Jason Diaz. Third place, Ryan Allen. Second place goes to Bella Presnall. And your class winner is Hayden Marie Hoffman. At this time, within our Hereford show, we will now bring back our class winners from 101, 102, and 103, and our judges will select our champion and reserve champion Horned Spring Heifer Calves. Returning from Class 101, we will have Haxton Harold Hoffman and Macy Mackey. Returning from Class 102, we will have Fallon Gore and Mason Collins. Returning from Class 103, the last class that was just in the ring, we will have Hayden Marie Hoffman and Bella Presnall. These are the first and seconds in contention for your champion and reserve champion Horned Spring Heifers.
As we get over here for your division champion, I would assume probably a lot of our numbers are going to lie within this division, and I think the quality is exceptional, and I like all three of these females a great deal, and I think you could do a lot of things. Knowing that the numbers are probably small and a lot of the cattle are here, I think it's very important to make sure that I walk away feeling incredibly comfortable with what we do, and I think you just got to talk the differences within the cattle. The young lady's heifer that wins the first class is just extremely striking. Of all the cattle we have out in the division, I think she is probably the most elegant made, probably the most striking on the profile. I also think she gets out and travels probably as good as we have within the class. She's maybe like just a little longer in terms of her face, but I also like that because she still has the great body shape, but I think that tells you that one's going to make a nice big heifer. I think a female that puts a lot of nice things together. She doesn't always want to get that hind leg set back, and it can make her look just a little high right there across her loin, but I think when you get her out in the move, you can see that that's not a problem. The heifer out of the next class is one you really like for her length and her depth. She's really long from the point of her shoulder back to her pins. A heifer that's got really good knee set. A heifer, when you get in behind her, has got enough stoutness to her. She's probably not as muscular as the two on either end, and she's got maybe just a little thicker set to her neck, but I like the broodiness and cowiness that she shows us. The heifer that comes out of the third class is probably the stoutest and most dimensional when you analyze her coming out of the backside of her shoulder and her hip and from behind. A heifer that she is nicely balanced when you get her on the side. She moves good when you get her out here, and all three of these heifers very sound. This heifer probably is the shortest striding of the three and sets down maybe the hardest out of her hock, but this heifer, I think, in most shows you go to, she'll certainly be one of the sounder ones there. I think it's close. I think you can do it both ways, but let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause, and I'll go show you the two I like the best.
Your champion junior heifer calf comes from the first class. That is entry 1720 from Sarah Rimpel. Rolling into consideration would be the second place from class number 1. That'll be entry 1721 from Vienna Sales Jamie. Your reserve champion junior heifer calf comes from class number 2. That is entry 1663 from Allison Boyle. We will clear out our ring and now get set for class number 4 of junior mains.
Hereford exhibitors, give these exhibitors a nice round of applause. Really a nice first division for us. We talked to each of these heifers, in fact, their respective seconds out here when they came in for class, so we're not going to go back through them individually, but as a group, these three here on this side of us are just tremendous. Beautiful made, great design. There's some give and take when you get them out back for this division and this lineup. There's one that just kind of really kind of jumps out at us and struck us really hard in class. I want to commend y'all who have brought these so far with your GEPDs. I think that's a really important thing that we're going to talk about throughout the day and more so when we get to the bulls, but I really appreciate you breeders going out and adopting this new technology, and we're going to definitely talk about it throughout the show today. But with no further ado, Mary Barbara will go select this first division champion. Congratulations to all of you out here.
Your champion horned spring heifer calf comes out of class 101. That is entry 3547 from Haxton Hoffman. At this time, we will now roll into the slot. The second place from class 101, that is Macy Mackey.
We'll bring that second place from our first class back out here. Female that just still, I think, dominates this lineup that we really liked in class. Just very flawless. She'll be your reserve. Will be this young lady here in the middle. Congratulations.
Your reserve champion Horn Springer heifer calf comes out of class 102. That is going to be entry 3556 from Fallon Gore.
Here in your winter heifer calf class, we've got a December and a November, and both of them being a little ornery here this morning, but it comes down to me. I think the young man's heifer is just sounder in terms of her structure. I think she's a little bigger bodied and has more true sweep to her rib. It's a nice balanced heifer. The young man has done a nice job kind of getting her corralled. She's wanting to be a little pushy this morning, but I think just a nice heifer that's appropriate in terms of where she is for a heifer of her age. You know, you have to admit the heifer in second, you know, real big, massive, powerful, stout female. However, then when you get her on the move, she gets choppier off of both ends. Doesn't maybe just show you as much levelness out of her hip, wants to come up in her flank just a touch.
Over in your Maine-Anjou show ring, your results for class number 4. Second place goes to Sarah Rimpel, and your class winner is Garrett Griswold. Those two entries respectively become your champion and reserve champion fall heifer calves. So in the ring at this time will now come in class number 5 within the junior main show. We will have entries from Jada Wood, Samantha Van Voris, Caitlin Dargis, Kai Thompson, and Hudson Harris. That will be class number 5. Class number 5 is the only class within the division. So again, first and second within that class will become your champion and reserve champion summer yearling heifers. Over in your Hereford show ring, we now have in the ring class 104. Class 104 will consist of entries from Copeland and Sons, as well as Stephen Green. We'll have an entry from Sturtzback Cattle Company of Louisville, Ohio. Entry 3579 will be from Bo and Vivian Chapin of Nunley, Tennessee. We'll have an entry from Coyote Ridge Ranch of LaSalle, Colorado. We have entry 3585 from Silver Fir Farms and Amanda Vosbeck of Linden, Washington. We'll have entry 3586 from Tava Gustafson of Junction City, Kansas. And rounding out the class would be entry 3587 from Chesney Dubit of Belgrade, Montana. That will make up class 104 of your Horned Hereford Junior heifer calves.
really a great class of intermediates, and I think just kind of falls together very nicely. I think in your top pair, you got two more striking high quality heifers and two heifers that have an advantage in terms of body. And then once you get those two heifers in the top pair, I think the heifer that wins the class has an advantage in terms of being laid back in her shoulder and her knee. A heifer that, even though she is more moderate, she still has more depth and softness from her forerib back to her flank. Two really nice heifers that are very nice balance. We're just going to give the advantage to the one that moves better out of her front end to go ahead and win the class. Really striking heifer here, a heifer that is taller at the top of her shoulders. She's longer from the point of her shoulders out over her hip. Heifer that moves really nice off of her hind leg. Like we said, just gets a little straighter out of her shoulder. The heifer that comes in third, I think when you compare her to the heifer that'll be out right behind her, I think a heifer that's just more striking up through her front end. She's more elegant. And the way she's designed through the sides of her neck, through her throat, and the base of her chest. A heifer that really has a lot of the same qualities as our top two in terms of having some structural integrity, just doesn't have near the body mass and center body as those two in front of her. And that's an advantage the young man's heifer coming out next has. You know, that heifer is deeper bodied than the heifer in third. She's just a little plainer up through her head and neck, maybe not as fresh in terms of her condition. The heifer that comes out next, one that's big-topped and stout from behind, a heifer that when you get her out on the move, she gets to be the shallower-bodied heifer of the class that gives up a little mass and performance all the way through.
Over in your main and ring, your results for class number 5. 5th place goes to Jada Wood. 4th place goes to Hudson Harris. 3rd place goes to Kai Thompson. 2nd place goes to Caitlin Dargis. And your class winner is Samantha Van Voris. At this time, we will now bring back into the ring class number 6. Class number 6 will consist of entries from Ty Van Vliet, Trevor Williams, and Braden Smalley. Also, your Class 5 first and second become your champion and reserve champion summer yearling heifers for their respective division.
Really competitive horn junior heifer calf class here. These two heifers, if you want to switch them, we're fine with that. We were kind of looking and comparing really small things, and we think both of them are tremendous. We're giving up a little bit on this class winner, I think, in her EPD profile when you compare to the one that's GE'd in the back, and is definitely stronger in terms of her balance of numbers. I think the thing that propels this first place heifer, she's just so much deeper. She's a little thicker when you get behind her, more base width. Really like her from her hooks to her pins. She's strong down that top. And really from the side, she's probably the nicest balance just because she's got that power. She's got that foot, that substance of bone to go with it. Very elegant through her front end. Where we'd like to change her is when you put her on the move, she's just rolling a little bit on that hind wheel and just not really wanting to play ball 100% today, but just striking from the side. Taking nothing away from this heifer in second. I like the moderate frame size. I like her condition over the first place heifer. I think she's probably stronger right behind her shoulder. Maybe not as extended, maybe not as smooth right at the point of her shoulder, but that's picking on a really nice heifer that gets out and takes a long free stride. And when you put them on the move, I think structure definitely makes a strong case for her to win. Just not as powerful made as the first one, not quite as base wide. Really appreciate the profile she gives you on the EPD side. Third and fourth, these heifers are nice in their own right. They just got in here with a couple of real powerhouses to go higher today. Third place heifer, love her profile as well. We appreciate the numbers she brings to the class. And from a maternal look, she's probably as nice as any of them. She's laid in smooth at the front of her shoulder. She's really long-sided. She's not as stout when you study her in her muscle shape or her design, but I like the way she balances. Tremendous in terms of her rib shape. Just not as much power today, but a really nice heifer and be a good show heifer coming on. Really big, powerful female. She's plenty big for us for a February. This female's just super powerful. If you're looking to make some show calves or just some really stout-made females or bulls or steer mates, this would be a great one to have. She's just a little coarser shouldered. She breaks a little bit behind that shoulder, but we like the substance. We like her overall power. She's just a little much for us today.
Back over here on the main side, another nice class. The heifer that wins, I think, when you compare to the two heifers behind her, a female is probably the highest quality and the nicest balanced when you analyze them from the side. A heifer you have to appreciate. She's definitely the furthest along in terms of her gestation, and a heifer that's making a nice udder too. A heifer that, although she has advantages and wins the class in terms of her stoutness and dimension, probably one you wouldn't want any stouter. If she gets any stouter, she wants to just roll a little bit out of her front end, and she could get a touch wide going from behind, but that's going to come when you got that extra power and dimension. I think just a nice female that goes ahead and starts. More similarities in the next two heifers, heifers that are longer bodied, heifers that are a little smoother and flatter about their joints. To me, this pair comes down to the heifer that is in second. It's just a little nicer in her front end and the way she's designed up through her neck and through her chest. She's a little more honest in terms of her body composition. I love the foot size and softness of pasterns of this heifer. She's just given up so much in terms of dimension to the one in front of her. The heifer in third's probably deeper bodied and probably a little wider at her pins than the heifer in second. Another heifer I appreciate in terms of her structure, just gets a little plainer in her throat, chest, and navel. Doesn't quite give you that same high quality look as the one in front of her.
Within your Maine-Anjou show, your results for class number 6. Third place goes to entry 1737 from Ty Van Vliet. Second place goes to entry 1744 from Trevor Williams. Your class winner, entry 1726 from Braden Smalley. Your second and first place within class number 6 become your champion and reserve champion junior yearling heifers. At this time, we will now bring back our division winners for our judge to select your grand champion and reserve grand champion junior Maine-Ann heifers. Returning from your junior heifer calf division, your champion comes from entry 1720 of Sarah Rimpel of Athens, Texas. Your reserve champion is from Allison Boyle of St. Charles, Iowa. From your fall heifer calf division, your champion is Garrett Griswold of Stillwater, Oklahoma. Reserve champion is Sarah Rimpel of Athens, Texas. From your summer yearling heifer division, your champion, Samantha Van Voris of Bowling Green, Ohio. Reserve champion is from Caitlin Dargis of Buchanan, Michigan. And the last division, your champion junior yearling heifer comes from Braden Smalley of Nevada, Iowa. And your reserve champion comes from Trevor Williams of Riverton, Wyoming. These are your champion and reserve champions in contention for your grand champion and reserve grand champion junior Maine-Anjou. Over in your Hereford show ring, we now have in the ring Class 105. Class 105 consists of entries from Kirby Kolda of Clear Lake, South Dakota, Corey Stump of Columbia, Illinois, Delaney Chester of Oregonia, Ohio, and entry from Cruz Collier of Bruno, Idaho. These are the entries that make up class number 5 within your Horned Hereford show. Results coming out of class 104. In 4th place, we had Chesney Dubit. 3rd place is Bo and Vivian Chapman. 2nd place goes to Silver Fir Farms and Amanda Vosbeck. And your class winner went to Copeland & Sons LLC and Stephen Green.
Well, I know we've got a lot of divisions and open shows and some bulls to come, so I'm not going to make a big speech during each and every division, but this has been real good. That calf division was amazing. I really am excited about the one that we used out there. I think just she's the one that was the most complete, and I think has a really nice future. I think it's I do show cattle for a living, and it's a big expense. I got no other source of income than show cattle. And, it takes a long time to get some of these big ones to roll around and stay good. And so you just got to ask yourself, when you have a calf that good, can you find a big heifer that you really, truly think fits the bill? And if you can, I think that's probably usually the way you need to go. Overall, the next division is one that she won that division because of her completeness and soundness. I thought a really nice class of intermediates, 2 extremely high quality individuals. The heifer that we went ahead and used, I thought was laid back better at her shoulder, maybe just a little more toned down and moderate. The heifer that was second or reserve in that division, no doubt is as striking as any females we've seen today. Just needed to be laid back a touch in terms of her shoulder. Then the heifer that won the last division is one that just truly dimensional all the way through. However, they've done a nice job you getting this heifer bred and in gestation and keeping her fresh. We talked about you wouldn't want her any stouter. She gets a little rolly out of her front end and a little wide from behind. But, guys, this is just kind of up to you guys, what you need in your program, what your personal preferences are. Kids have been awesome. These cattle have been exhibited great. It's been my pleasure. Let's give them a nice round of applause, and I'll go pick your champion reserve.
Over here on our Horn Junior Heifer Calf side, really a challenging class with a lot of differences. All four of these females definitely have some advantages. I think the two that kind of elevate to the top of this class to us are the most structurally sound. This one that wins it, boy, I'd sure like to tone her down a little bit on her numbers, but you know, if you throw these numbers to the side and just look at phenotype alone, she kind of smokes the class. She's just the power one with the wow factor, extremely good down that top line, beautiful in terms of her shape and her kind through that front end, level from hooks to pins. There's just not a lot of holes in this heifer, and he gets her set up from the side, and she's as good as any we've seen. Again, I appreciate the GEPDs, and you know, they're just a selection tool. You know, you can use these how you want, but if I had a pen full of those, I would have some fun with some sire selections on her. Really nice heifer. Female in second most closely follows her. She's the next soundest. She's great from her shoulder down. She's more extended through that front end, strong in her top line. This heifer, you know, and I guess in terms of her EPDs, she's going to have an advantage to that first one. She's just not as powerful, not quite as loose in her structure from that hawk down to the class winner. The female in third's really intriguing. We like a lot of things about her. Super thick down her top. She's got that mass and that muscle down in the lower quarter. Where we'd like to change her is just she's a little rounder out her shoulder. She gets a little toed out, and then we'd just like to square down from the hawk down to go higher. But appreciate her GE profile and the power that she has. This young lady's heifer that's anchoring the class, really a stout female. Mom and I both liked her in terms of that width and volume. She's a real maternal looking female. She's just a little coarser and plainer about her front end. Just kind of got out horsed today in this tough class. Congratulations to your class winner.
Over in your Maine-Anjou show, your grand champion junior Maine-Anjou heifer comes out of your summer yearling heifer division. That is entry 1739, coming from Bowling Green, Ohio, from Samantha Van Voris. Your reserve grand champion junior Maine also comes from that exact same division. That is entry 1682 from Caitlin Dargis of Buchanan, Michigan. Our junior exhibitors can take pictures with our judge, Tyler Cates, at the backdrop. We will get started, however, though, with our open show. We will have a different judge for our open show. That'll be Mr. Miles Shout of Oklahoma. And we will get started with class number 7 here shortly. Over in your Hereford show ring, your results from class 105. Fourth place goes to Kirby Kolda. Third place goes to Corey Stumpf. Second place, Delaney Chester. And your class winner was Cruz Collier. At this time in the ring, we now have our first and seconds returning from classes 104 and 105. Our judges will select your champion and reserve champion Horn Junior Heifer calves.
Folks here on your Hereford side, ringside, give these exhibitors a nice round of applause. Really nice division out here. We've talked these heifers in class and their respective seconds, and you know, depending on the type and kind you like, I think both of these are very, very useful, very functional, practical females. We liked them for their overall completeness in class, and you get them out here and they're powerful females. Again, we talked about some differences in the numbers, and that is a selection tool you can use as you wish and as you need to, but it's just fun to see the different types out here. I think all four of these females in this particular division are extremely complete, balanced, and would be a tremendous asset to anyone's breeding program. There's a heifer that kind of struck us in class. I think we get her back out here, and she's our division winner. I'll let Mary Barber go select her. Congratulations.
Your champion Horn Junior Heifer calf comes from class 105. That is entry 3596 from Cruz Collier. Your reserve champion junior heifer calf comes out of class 104, and that is going to be entry 3574 from Copeland & Sons LLC and Stephen Green. In the ring at this time for your Hereford show is now Class 106. These are horned senior heifer calves. We have a single entry within Class 106. We have entry 3597 from Timber, Chloe, and Cash Billman of Blackfoot, Idaho.
Folks, we've got a really nice single December heifer here in our horned senior calf class. Just a powerful female, really flawless in her profile and her design. Really comes out of the top of her shoulder nice and elongated. Female that you like that forward and rear rib depth that balances her really nice. She's got a pretty good sized foot, some great substance of bone. Really appreciate her growth. She's got a really nice profile. She's a touch high on her birth, but again, we know how to manage that with genetic selection. Really appreciate her in terms of those Baldy and her BMI and BII indexes, and she's really high on that CHB trait. You could sure have a lot of fun and do a lot of good things with this complete heifer, and we appreciate you bringing her out here today. Congratulations.
Results from Class 106 of your horned Hereford senior heifer calves. First place goes to entry 3597 from Timber, Chloe, and Cash Billman. In the ring at this time, we'll now bring up Class 107. 107 will consist of a single entry. Entry 3605 from Paige Lemonager. Over in our South Show ring, we now have in the ring class number 7. Class 7 is Maine-Anjou spring heifer calves within our open show. We have entries in this class, 2 from Sarah Rimpel, 1 from Ryan Carlson, Vienna Sells Jamie, and Landrick Hansen. These are the entries that will make up class number 7.
Well, again, we've got a really stout senior horned heifer calf over here on our Hereford side. Tremendous in terms of her growth. We love this heifer from her shoulder back. She's just exquisite in terms of that hip hooks to pins. She's long. She's correct through her hock down to the ground. Tremendous depth. Just beautiful profile heifer. She maybe gets a little pinch behind that shoulder, and I think for that frame size, we'd maybe like to see her a little longer fronted, but she's neat and trim up through her neck. Maybe like to change her on that right front foot. She just kind of goes a little bit out from her knee down, but she's sound when you put her on the move, and again, just huge growth in here. Really powerful female to win this class. Congratulations.
The results for Class 107 of your Hereford show. First place goes to entry 3605 from Paige Lemonager of Hudson, Illinois. At this time, we will now clear out the ring and bring up Class 108. Class 108 will be horned senior heifer calves. We have a single entry within this class, entry 3607 from Tucker Stagemeyer of Page, Nebraska.
Nice brisk morning here in Colorado as we fire things up on the open Maine side, and a real nice foursome of heifers out here to start the day off. But for me, we're going to start with the one that probably just does the most things right and the most extras for me. You study this one from a... 1 second. Got her? You study this one from a side view profile, and she's extremely striking through that front 1/3. She sits down on a big foot and a large rear leg. I appreciate this one's hip design, center round rib. When you look at her center body, just a nice place to start off this class. For me, the heifer with a shot more punch and a little more power is the one that comes out in second. She too shoots high out of the top side of that blade when you look at her through her front 1/3. I'd like to just relax her from hock to ground when you ask that thing to get out and go, but a real nice heifer to stand second. Young lady brings her calf out next, probably follows suit to our two that lead the class off a little closer than the fourth place one when you look at her from the side and visualize that one's look and pizzazz that she possesses. Maybe just lacks a little bit of the extras when you step in behind that one compared to our one in second. Then the young man, not take nothing away from him, but a heifer that has a good look and adequate when you study her on the move. It just lacks a little bit of the performance and overall power today. Congratulations, our exhibitors.
All right, folks, we've got the third senior heifer calf. Again, a single entry. We've got some spread between these three classes. This is an early September heifer. Really appreciate her GE profile here. Good growth on her. Really nice in terms of that balance. This female is just really, really flawless from the side. I think her one of her best traits maybe is that extra spring of rib. She's so fresh and so beautiful through that front end, smooth at the point of her shoulder, nice and trim, and then just really, really nice in her hip and her hind leg. You put her on the move and she can float pretty well. She's maybe got a little smaller foot than some of these others we've looked at, but boy, she's got some flex to her pasture and she gets out and go. Super broody and super maternal, a female we really, really like. We look forward to seeing these individuals back out here in division in a minute.
Your results, Class 108 Herefords, first place, entry 3607 from Tucker Stagemeyer. Within our Hereford show, we will now bring back our class winners from 106, 107, and 108. Our judges will select our champion and reserve champion horned senior heifer calves. Over in your Maine-Anjou show ring, your results from class number 7. Fourth place goes to Landrick Hansen. Third place goes to Vienna Sells Jamie. Second place goes to Ryan Carlson. And your class winner was Sarah Rimpel. In the ring at this time is now going to be class number 8 of our Maine-Anjou show. We will have entries from Ryan Carlson, Allison Boyle, Corey Cattle, Trevor Williams, Hudson Harris, Abby Wilkins, Bianca Wood, and Annalyn Beach. This is the last class within this division of our Open Mains show. So first and seconds will return after this class for our champion junior heifer calf selections.
Folks on the Hereford side, let's give these three single entry class winners a nice round of applause, please. These females, again, they obviously could have stood more competition in their respective classes. Females, we've got a pretty good age range here from early September to middle of December. Females, obviously, with some frame size differences, and these falls, these senior calves, they'll definitely give you a little bit of everything out here and look. I think when you start analyzing them and selecting for what's right for your breeding program, and we always like to pick what works for us and what we'd like to take home. I think there's a female out here that kind of suits us best in terms of the overall qualities and traits she puts together. She's the soundest of the trio out here. I think she's the most futuristic in terms of the way she's put together. Soundness again on feet and legs, size of foot. Mom will go out and select that champion at this time. Congratulations to all three of you class winners.
Your champion horn senior heifer calf comes out of class 106. That is from Timber, Chloe, and Cash Billman. Your reserve champion horned senior heifer calf comes out of class 108. That comes from Tucker Stagemeyer. In your Hereford show, in the ring now is class 111. These are horned spring yearling females. We have a single entry within this class. Entry 3614 from Haxton, Hayden, and Kennedy Hoffman.
Folks on the horn side, tremendously powerful, good-looking spring yearling heifer here. Again, a heifer that I imagine she's had some fun in the show ring in her previous days. And tell you what, she's as fresh and as mobile and as attractive as any we've seen out here. Love her from just the profile standing still. This female has as much foot and bone as any we've seen. You would expect that with a big, powerful female like this. Tremendous in terms of that rib shape. She's correct and as great as could be from hooks to pins, and then has that beautiful set from her hock down to the dew claw. She's got plenty of flex on her pasterns. You can see a female that's coming on with a really nice udder with her teat placement. She's very powerful in terms of her numbers and appreciate her GE. She's really strong in terms of her CHB as well. Just a really, really complete female, very elegantly presented. Congratulations on your single entry.
Your results, class 111 of your horned Hereford spring yearling females. First place, entry 3614 from Haxton, Hayden, and Kennedy Hoffman. We will now bring into the ring Class 112. Class 112 will be horned spring yearling females. Class 112 will consist of 2 entries. We'll have an entry 3617 from Callie and Cammie Miller of El Dorado, Kansas, and we will have entry 3619 from Cooper Lindstrom of Elm Creek, Nebraska.
A really high quality pair up on the front end of this class of March and 1 April heifer calves. And for me, I'm just going to start with the one that just does the most things correct out here today. She reads with a shot more probably true cow and future for me. I sure appreciate the center body and depth that this one possesses. She sure is nice up through that front 1/3, maybe just not as chiseled through her throat latch as the one in second, but I think when you study this one from the ground up, she just does the most things correct. Real exotic looking one, striking one that comes in second. She does have some bone and foot under her, shot more true power and width. I'd like to maybe just elevate that one's pins ever so slightly and square that one's rump up to rival our class winner, but a really good heifer for the young lady. A real long-spined, extended one coming out in third. She maybe lacks a little bit of that center 1/3 as our 2 that come out in front of her, but one that gets out, reaches, and flexes. I'd maybe like to just spread her when she takes off and goes away and just broaden that one up when you ask her to go from behind, but a real cocky, good-looking one for the young gal. Young cowboy coming out in fourth has a real cowy, deep-bodied, sowy-looking one, one that's got a world of future for the young man. She maybe lacks a little bit of that presence when you study her through her front 1/3, but a nice, sound-structured individual for him. The white socked one coming out next really resembles the one out in front of her. Just the added center body and dimension. You appreciate that things about her. Maybe just lacks a little bit of the wow factor as the ones that come out on the front end of the class. The young man next has a more juvenile, youthful looking one. Lacks a little bit of the overall performance, and WDA is the ones up on the front end of the class, but she's got a good look, and you just want to go ahead and just drop that thing ever so slightly through the center portion of her body to move her up anymore today. Same can be said for the 2 coming out next. Maybe just lack a little bit of the extras and the overall wow for me out here today, but a really nice set of individuals. Congratulations to our Maine-Anjou exhibitors.
Got 2 really stout horn spring yearling females. We're going to leave them sitting as they are today. We'll talk the differences in these females, but I think just in terms of overall production and the look and the functionality, heifer that wins the class does so on that. Both of these females are awfully powerful. You can tell that from their numbers. We've got 2 that are pretty high on birth, and you know, if we're going to pick on one, we could tone them down a bit, and they are kind of pushing the limit there. But appreciate the GE numbers on this one. We like the leanness of her. She's just got more extension through that front end. I like the shape and the angulation of her shoulder. We like her foot size, her substance of bone, and we really like that production in terms of her udder shape and size. Just really a massive female. taking nothing away from the volume and the depth and the beauty this heifer has. She's tremendous in terms of her profile. She's probably not as extended, maybe not as clean in that front end, but still nice and fresh out here. Where we'd like to change her is from her hooks to her pins, maybe just give her a more attractive look from the hock down. All that mass and width, she's still strong in her top line. Again, really, really high profile in terms of her growth. Two really, really nice heifers. Congratulations to that class winner.
A really nice division, maybe just not overwhelmed in numbers, but the quality the whole way through in both these classes was extremely high. And for me, I think we got a pair of class winners up here that worked their way to the top pretty easily for me, and a pair of seconds that do a lot of things correctly too. And for me, it's pretty logical out here today. I'm going to make one more pass through, pick you a division winner in reserve. Let's put our hands together for these exhibitors. Congratulations.
Again, let's give our exhibitors on the Hereford side another nice round of applause. Smaller numbers here, but gosh, the quality is super, super deep. These class winners that we just talked, we get them back out here. These females look a lot alike in terms of type and kind, just broody and maternal and very elegant in the way they're made. They're sound off their feet and legs. I think females that just offer a tremendous amount of production and future, regardless of how you use them in your herd. We talked them in terms of their numbers, and certainly you see the growth and the power that comes with them. There's one that kind of stands out that we like probably a little bit better, that Mom's going to go out and select as your champion. Congratulations to all three of you out here.
Your results coming out of your Maine-Anjou show. Your champion junior heifer calf goes to entry 4249 from Sarah Rimpel. The reserve goes to entry 4177 from Allison Boyle. In the ring at this time now for your Maine-Anjou show is now class number 9. These are spring heifer calves calved February of 2023. We have in this class 4 entries. We have an entry from Skylar Coffey, Emily Skippen, Gentry Rigby, and Ethan Smith. First and second within class number 9 will become your champion and reserve champion senior heifer calves. Over in your Hereford show, your results for your champion horn spring yearling females. Your champion goes to entry 3614 coming out of class 111. That comes from Haxton, Hayden, and Kennedy Hoffman. Your reserve champion horn spring yearling female was your class winner from class 112. That was entry 3617 from Callie and Cammie Miller of El Dorado, Kansas. In the ring at this time for your Hereford show is now class 113. Class 113 is horn junior yearling females calved February 4th through February 28th of 2022. We have 5 entries in this class. We will have entries from Stetson and Blakely Story, entry from Kinsley Krebs, Ireland McCreevy, Fallon and Gunnar Gore, and the final entry comes from Sage Cashlin and Kinsley Krebs. The first and second within this class will become your champion and reserve champion horned junior yearling females.
We start on our February heifer. Is going to go ahead and start with one that just excels in a lot of areas. This thing is killer looking through her front 1/3, and when you study this one's center body and depth, you sure appreciate her rib shape. She carries it all the way back into her flank. This is the soundest structured one out here. You sure appreciate that about her, from her hock to ground and dead level down her hip, and the way it transitions into a killer hind leg. Really good place to start this class off. Going to go ahead and bring the Baldy heifer in second, and she maybe doesn't have all the added power, extras, and dimensions of the heifer that wins the class, but where she gets to second for me is strictly 100% on structural integrity. She's probably the freest moving from hock to ground out of the next trio of heifers. She's adequate as far as look when you study this one up through her front 1/3. Maybe like to just add a little bit of center body and depth to her to rival our class winner, but a nice attractive heifer to go second. Young man coming out next has one with she does have the added body and power and just dimension over our heifer in fourth. I'd like to go ahead and set that one back in her knee and free her up when you throw that one into motion, the way she's a little rigid on her back too, but a heifer with some upper skeleton and some power and true width. The young lady coming out in fourth has one that is a little longer and extended through her front 1/3, maybe lacks a little bit of that rib shape and center dimension for me today. She's another one that I just like to free up when you throw her into motion. Congratulations again.
Results coming in out of Class 9 of your Maine-Anjou show. Fourth place goes to Gentry Rigby. Third place, Ethan Smith. Second place and your reserve champion senior heifer calf goes to Emily Skippen. And your class winner and your champion senior heifer calf goes to Skylar Coffey. At this time, we will now bring in to the ring class number 10. Class 10 will consist of 2 entries within our main show. These 2 entries are the only ones in the class, the only class within the division. So first and second within Class 10 will become your champion and reserve champion fall heifer calves. Within Class 10, we'll have entry 4205 from Garrett Griswold and entry 4250 from Sarah Rempel.
young man scared off the competition. There was supposed to be another one. They went ahead and scratched, and this is one that sure could handle some competition. She's an ultra good looking fancy one that I sure appreciate. Sound at the ground, and you step off this one, she's dead level down her spine. I like her center body and her rib shape. You appreciate that one, the way she transitions out of her loin edge back into her hip. Young man does a really good job showing her. Excellent project for the young boy. Congratulations there, Cowboy.
The results coming out of class number 10. In first place in your champion fall heifer calf goes to entry 4205 from Garrett Griswold. Over in our Maine-Anjou show, we have in the ring now class number 11. Within our class 11, we have entries from Samantha Van Voris, Caitlin Dargis, Kai Thompson, and Hudson Harris. First and second within class number 11 will become your champion and reserve champion summer yearling heifers. And as we previously mentioned, we switched judges from our junior show to our open show. Our open show judge is Mr. Miles Shout. He resides in Yukon, Oklahoma with his wife Amy and their 3 children, Madison, Maddox, and Mason. All 3 kids are extremely active in the show cattle industry and show at all levels of the state and national shows. Miles is the Yukon cattle manager at Express Ranches, where he has been employed for 24 years. He has been very fortunate to judge many shows across the nation, from multiple junior nationals here at the National Western, state fairs, and many jackpot shows across the U.S. and Canada. He feels it is extremely humbling and an honor to be given the opportunity to judge today here on the historic hill in Denver at the National Western Stock Show. We appreciate our judge, Mr. Miles Shout.
Folks, we've got a really, really good stout from start to finish in this Horn Junior Yearling class. These females, they're all tremendous, and you get on the top end of these and just small differences, but we like them in this order today. And here's why. This first female, she is just maternal, broody cow power from head to toe. This female is the soundest off her feet and legs. She almost compensates her tracks. She's so sound, so flexible, beautiful through that front end, great condition, and we love the development of that beautiful udder. She's just a powerful female. Yeah, she's a little high in her numbers, but again, it's a breeding tool, and you can certainly do a lot of different things with her. Where it gets a little tougher on us is second and third. This female here in second, just striking from the side. She's beautiful. She's stout. She's maybe not as attractive from her hooks to her pins as that class winner. She's maybe given up a little in terms of that front end, not as elongated through her shoulder. She's carrying a little more brisket, but super deep in her fore and her rear rib. Again, another really stout female. Her structural soundness is what beats the third heifer here. This heifer from the side is as beautiful as any out here. Love that dark cherry color. She's beautiful from her shoulder forward. Laid in is nice and is thick behind that shoulder. Strong in her top line, beautiful hip, and a really nice development of her udder. I like her moderate frame size. We just like to change her a little bit on her structure today. She's popping those pasterns a little bit smaller in terms of her foot size, but that's another great heifer going third here. Fourth place heifer, Mom and I love this female. She's got a lot to offer. She's great in her GEPD. She's probably as balanced as any of them if you just want to look at paper. And then when this young lady gets her set up, she's stunning from the side. She's deep and soft in that fore rib. She's great through her front end, and she's got that nice flex off her pasterns. She's probably not as explosive in her muscle, but she's got enough in our opinion. She just ran into a lot of heat in this class, but we really like this female. Taking nothing away from our anchor here, this is another really beautiful female, tremendous behind those shoulders. She's probably got as much boldness of rib. She just doesn't carry it as attractive from her hooks to her pins. She gets a little cut up in there, but we appreciate the development of her udder coming along. We'd just like to free her up and give her a little more pizzazz to go higher in this class. Tremendously good class. Congratulations to the class winner.
Results coming out of Class 113 of your horned junior yearling female division. Fifth place, entry 3628 from Sage, Cashlin, and Kinsley Krebs. Fourth place goes to Blake Story. Third place goes to entry 3622 from Kinsley Krebs. Second place and your reserve champion horned junior yearling female goes to entry 3627 from Fallon Gore. Your class winner and your champion horned junior yearling female goes to entry 3623 from Ireland McCreevy. At this time, we will now bring back all of our division winners, and our judges will select your grand champion and reserve grand champion horned females.
Well, we got a high-powered pair on the front end of this class. We hit these end of our summer yearlings, and it'll be an automatic division. For me, I'm going to start with the young lady up front. Extremely close pairing, and for me, I just love the way this thing comes out of the backside of her blade. She's so full when you study this one through her fore rib, and the way it transitions back into a deep flank. I love the structure that this thing possesses. She sets them down extremely smooth. She's back at her knee. Just a couple slight differences for me. I think she shoots out of the top side of her blade just a little sharper than the 1 and 2. No, she's not as level from hooks to pins. I'd maybe, and it's not bad, it's nitpicking on a high quality one, but one, I'd maybe just like to elevate her pins to match the upper hip and upper skeleton that the 1 and 2 possesses. The gentleman in 2 is this heifer's a shot longer spine than the ones that wins the class. I believe so, and she is good enough and trim enough through her front 1/3. She's maybe just doesn't, like I said, maybe just don't shoot as high out of the top side of her blade. But when you get behind and on top of this one, you just admire that one's upper skeleton, the way she possesses that added power and mass. She gets out, she moves, she flexes. Really good pair on the front end of this class. The gentleman coming out now has one that's just chuck right full of muscle and power, added bone and foot shape and circumference that this one has. Maybe just not as wow looking through her front 1/3 and as chiseled as that pair, but once again, one with the added dimension and overall power. Really nice 4th place animal that the young man's got, and this one reads cow power and future and just extras from that standpoint. Just not as chiseled through her front 1/3, maybe just not the wow factor that the couple on the front end of this class, but she's got some body and dimension and some overall power. Congratulations there to all our exhibitors.
Results coming out of class number 11 from your Maine-Anjou show. 4th place goes to Hudson Harris. 3rd place goes to Kai Thompson. 2nd place goes to Caitlin Dargis. And your class winner goes to Samantha Van Voris. 1st and 2nd within that class become your champion and reserve champion summer yearling heifers. Coming into the ring at this time is now going to be class number 12 of your Maine-Anjou spring yearling heifers. We have 3 entries slated for class 12. We have an entry from Ty Van Vliet, Trevor Williams, and Braden Smalley. 1st and 2nd within this class 112 would be coming your champion and reserve champion junior yearling heifers.
Folks ringside here on the Hereford show, please put your hands together and show some appreciation for these champions and reserves. I was going to say young men and women, but we've got a few elder seniors out here showing a tremendous show. The quality has just been phenomenal. We knew this was going to be a breathtaking day, not only by the temperatures, but also by the quality of the cattle we've got out here, and it's certainly not disappointed us at all. I know we've seen some variations in our numbers and our GE profiles compared to the traditional ones, and we've appreciated those breeders that have adopted that technology. It's something very, very important, and it's got us, I think, where we are here today as a breed, and something that's going to continue keeping us as popular and in the forefront of the beef cattle industry. So definitely want to say we appreciate that. There's so many things you could do with these cattle out here in this lineup. We think they're all very, very worthy of being out here. Tremendous females, very complete. We're not going to talk the divisions again since we talked them in class and then their respective division, but just commend you breeders for putting together a really nice horned Hereford show. Understand you've had a tremendous week out here. Congratulations to those that sold and bought in last night's sale. That's so exciting and such a pleasure to be part of. So with no further ado, we've got a couple that we think kind of separate themselves out here. Been a pleasure to select them, and this is kind of the way we see them if we could select them to go home in our breeding program. Mary Barbara will select your champion. Congratulations.
Your grand champion horn female comes out of your spring yearling female division. That is entry 3614 from Kennedy Jean Hoffman. Your reserve grand champion horn female comes out of your last division. That is your champion horn junior yearling female from Ireland McCarivey.
As we hit the big junior yearling class, one that wins the class pretty handily for me. This thing is killer looking when you get off this one. I sure appreciate this one, how she's good looking through her front 1/3, goes dead level down the top side of her spine, transitions into an awesome hip and hind leg, gets around the ring with adequate ease for me. I'd maybe like to she's just a nickel pigeon-toed when you ask that thing to take off and go, but one with all the extras for the young boy. Close pair coming out next as we go ahead and just bring both them out. And for me, I thought we'd go ahead and keep the one that just handles her top line when you ask that thing to go just a little smoother than the 1 in 3. She's good at the ground. You sure appreciate that. She's got some added center body and depth. Just lacks a little bit. She maybe just getting a little past prime when you study her through her front 1/3, maybe just pushing a little chest, but she's got the added doability and functionability. Young man coming out in 3rd does have some center body, some bone work, and some foot size. I'd maybe like to go ahead and just pull that one together when you ask her to go through the top side of her spine. Congratulations to another strong class of Maine-Anjou exhibitors.
Your results over out of Class 12 of your Maine-Anjou show. 3rd place goes to Trevor Williams. 2nd place and your reserve champion junior yearling heifer goes to Ty Van Vliet. Your class winner and your champion junior yearling heifer goes to Braden Smalley. At this time, we now have our division winners returning over on our Maine-Anjou show. We will have our judge select our grand champion and reserve grand champion open Maine-Anjou females.
Well, before we get started, we all need to go ahead, put our hands together for all these Maine-Anjou exhibitors in the open show. An extremely high quality of set of heifers standing out here, and you as breeders and exhibitors need to be extremely proud of yourself for getting these put together, bred and raised, and brought out here to Denver for this show. And for me, it's a big undertaking. You got a set of people standing behind you in the back getting these things put together. You got a really good set of showmen out here getting them showed, and it's a big undertaking. And I know this firsthand. This is what I do day in and day out. This is the only industry I live in. This is where I make my living and where I raise my kids. It's an honor and a privilege to stand out here, and you guys as Maine-Anjou breeders have an extremely good set of support staff on the top side. You've got your CEO, Blake Nelson, standing over there, and Guys, he's one of the good ones. That is one high quality human and individual, and y'all should be proud to have him on your corner, making your choices and helping you as a membership. And then your junior advisor, Lindsay, wherever she's at, she's top tier. And that gal there busts her butt day in and day out. And she's been a good friend of mine since back when she was in the Sullivan days. And she puts in the time, the effort, and it's all for these exhibitors and breeders. Then Riley Ray sitting up there, and she serves an extremely high quality position also. And so once again, let's put our hands together, not only for the exhibitors, but for the executive committee behind y'all. Congratulations, everybody. Let's pick you some champions.
Your grand champion, Open Maine-Ann, comes out of Division 4. That is entry 4266 from Samantha Van Voris of Bowling Green, Ohio. Rolling into consideration would be the reserve. From that division, that will be Caitlin Dargis. Your reserve grand champion, Open Maine-Anjou female, also stays within that same division, division number 4. That is the reserve champion. Entry 4200 from Caitlin Dargis of Buchanan, Michigan. The National Western Stock Show is made possible by numerous amounts of sponsors. While we're waiting for our shows to get started, we'll highlight some of this year's sponsors. Our sponsors include Sullivan Show Supply. Sullivan Supply is a family-owned and operated company founded in 1989. As the innovative leader in livestock show supplies, Sullivan Supply has kept the values of hard work, family ties, and quality products at its core. Sullivan is a proud sponsor and is proud to service the livestock industry. They do wish all the exhibitors here at the National Western Stock Show the best of luck. Les Schwab Tires. If your tires were not good enough on your way into work this morning, Tire Centers of Les Schwab provide free peace of mind tire protection and lifetime tire and mileage care for the life of the tires. It's their best tire value promise, and it comes with every car and pickup tire that they sell. Les Schwab also cares about the communities. That's why they're a proud sponsor of the National Western Stock Show. Common Spirit Health. Common Spirit Health is the proud presenting partner, the official first aid provider of the National Western Stock Show. Common Spirit is hospital, clinics, and caregivers all connected to advancing healthcare here in Colorado, Kansas, and Utah. You can learn more at mountain.commonspirit.org. Special thanks to our sponsors for this year's 2024 National Western. Also, yesterday, somebody turned in some Apple AirPods. So if you're missing a set of Apple AirPods, they have been turned in here to the announcer stand. So if you're missing a set of Apple AirPods that you lost yesterday, they have been found and they are up here with us. So if you would like to come claim them, you're more than welcome to. Again, Apple AirPods, if you lost them yesterday, they are here at the announcer stand. Welcome everybody back into our Maine-Anjou Bull Show here in the South Show Ring. In the ring at this time, we have now our division drive. We have our Class 13 and Class 14 in the ring. Class 13 and 14 were single entry classes, so our judge has decided to bring them both in to evaluate. These, again, are both first places within their class. So Class 13 winner goes to Lad Landgraf, and Class 14 winner goes to Griswold Cattle, LLC. So once again, these are first places within their classes, and our judge has now decided to select our grand champion and reserve grand champion, Maine and Bulls.
Just a pair of bulls over here on this side as we keep the day progressing, and both individual class winners, which will be automatic divisions, and we'll just virtually pick champions out here right now. But start up front, the Baldy Bull, the young man up front, is really a high neck attachment bull. He shoots straight out of the top side of his blade. He's extremely long spined, dead level down his top line. Maybe not as progressive as far as condition right now. He's a little raw compared to our bull out of the next division, but one that brings a lot of positive attributes for your breed, one that can be utilized in a lot of positions. Then the young man's got with the hat coming out next with the black beat. The April yearling bull is one that is another one that's killer looking when you study this one from the side view profile. But you look at this one, the way he carries it down his top line and his spine, transitions into a killer hind leg. This bull brings a lot of positive attributes for me from a muscularity standpoint, a structural integrity standpoint. The bone and foot circumference is extremely good out here. For me, it's pretty logical. I'm going to make one more pass through, shake their hands. Congratulations, these exhibitors.
Your grand champion open, Maine and Bull, comes from Class 14. That is going to be entry 4208 from PRV Stability of Griswold Cattle, LLC of Stillwater, Oklahoma. Your reserve grand champion, Maine and Bull, comes from Class 13. That is entry 4229 from Lad Cash Machine of Lad Landgraf of Medill, Oklahoma. Over in our North Show ring is our Hereford show. It is now back underway. In the ring, we now have Class 601. 601 is polled cow-calf pairs. We have two entries within this class. This is the only class within the division. So therefore, first and second out of Class 601 will become your champion, your reserve champion polled cow-calf pairs. We have entries 3767 from Jason Diaz of Fort Morgan, Colorado. And we have entry 3768 from Trevor Stock Lockhart of Caldwell, Texas. Over in our South Show ring, we have started our Open Mainetainer Bull Show. We have in the ring our class winners from Class 15 and 16. Both Class 15 and 16 were single entry classes. So our judge has now put those class winners together for him to select your grand champion and reserve grand champion Mainetainer Bull. Your class winner from 15 is entry 4204 from Wilson Good Cattle Company. Class 16 winner is entry 4237 from RS Land and Livestock.
Once again, on our Mainetainer bull drive here, we just got a pair of bulls to pick champions out of, and the man up front, the gentleman up front, has one that's just chuck right full of muscle and power. This thing is explosive when you step in behind him. I appreciate him through his center body. His actual rib shape is extremely genuine. I like that thing's hind leg and foot size. He's really sleek through that front 1/3. A really nice, well-balanced, highly presented bull. The gentleman coming out with the older one is a real long spine extended up through his front 1/3, really extremely clean through his throat latch and the way he carries it down into his chest floor. He does have the added bone and foot size. For me out here, I'd like to level that one up and just jerk his pins up ever so slightly and square his rump up and maybe just give a little center body and true depth. But a really nice pair of bulls out here today. Let's put our hands together for these exhibitors and pick you a pair of champions.
Folks on the Hereford side, welcome to our polled female show. We're going to start this off with a really nice pair, this combo female and really beautiful heifer calf. This one will be your automatic champion in reserve for this particular division. This pair here is just powerful. They're very good body condition. This cow's beautiful, beautiful line. She's very maternal looking. She's clean through her front end, beautiful udder, tremendous from hooks to pins, strong behind her shoulder, sound off her feet and legs, and doing a tremendous job. This is a really nice heifer calf at side, and one that I'm sure either one of these showmen have their eye on, and I'm going to have a really fun show career. But we appreciate y'all bringing them here. Again, congratulations on your champion. We've got a really nice reserve that just follows them in type and kind. This cow's doing a tremendous job with the bull calf. Female I love through her front end. She's so good and elegant through her shoulder. She's just taken a little more toll in terms of her body weight and her condition with this calf compared to our champion. Beautiful udder. She's doing a great job. I love the teat spacing and size. She just doesn't have the power to run with your champion today. But again, we appreciate y'all both coming, and good luck with these calves down the line. Thank you.
Your results from Class 601 of your polled cow-calf pairs in the Hereford Show. Second place in your reserve champion polled cow-calf pair is entry 3767 from Jason Diaz. Your class winner and your champion polled cow-calf pair is entry 3768 from Trevor Lockhart. At this time, we will reset our ring for our Hereford Show, and we will bring up now Class 401. These will be polled spring heifer calves. They will be calved May 4th through June 17th of 2023. Within Class 401, we have 3 entries. We have an entry from Kendi Migrel, entry 3636 from Hayden Marie Hoffman, and entry 3639 from David Smith. These will be the 3 entries that will make up Class 401 of your polled spring Herefords. Over in our Maintainer Bull Show, your grand champion Maintainer Bull comes out of Class 15. That is entry 4204. That is WG Boardwalk Empire from Wilson Good Cattle Company of Barnard, Kansas. Your reserve champion comes out of Class 16. That is We Got More ET. That is from RS Land and Livestock of Paradise, Utah. We have paused for pictures within our Maintainer Show. We will get started with Class 17 upon conclusion of our pictures at the backdrop with our official photographers of Legacy Livestock. We'll get started with Class 17. Those will be Maine-Angus spring heifer calves within the South Show ring.
Two April heifers here to start off with, and two very nice females. They have advantages over one another, but it comes down to personal preference to me, and I like the structural integrity, the balance, femininity, and freshness of the one we're going to go ahead and start with. When you watch the cattle come and go, this heifer stays truer within her skeleton. She's a little more flexible at the ground. When you compare her to the heifer in second up through her front 1/3, she's more feminine and maternal. No doubt the performance and the mass and dimension advantages go to the heifer in second. When you compare her to the heifer we start with, she has a shot more bone and foot size. She's bigger and stouter down her top. This one a changer. She wants to roll off of both ends of her skeleton. Doesn't balance quite as nice from the side view profile as you analyze them. Two really nice heifers to start off.
Got a really interesting Polled Spring Heifer calf class. You can reverse these. You can sort them any different way you want. The way we like them today are these two moderate framed, really balanced, complete females. We're going to start the class with the one that's just the most complete. She's pretty flawless in terms of her structure. Love her from that front end or shoulder back. She's strong. She's deep. She's sound off her feet and legs. She gives you a really nice look. Very youthful, very moderate in frame size. Appreciate her GE numbers she brings to us today. Just a really nice female with a tremendous amount of future. Heifer in second, we think most closely follows her. This heifer is probably not as attractive, not as laid in as smooth at the point of her shoulder as our second heifer. And to make her a little better, we'd maybe give her a little more extension, but really deep in terms of her lines. Heifer that plays out a little bit in that lower 1/3 when you compare to the class winner, but another really solid made, stout made, big-footed heifer. Third and fourth get a little closer for us. The third place heifer, she's given up a little bit, I think, in terms of her body width and her depth. Maybe like to see a more width of pins. She's not as extended through her front end, but she balances really nicely when she gets her set up. Fourth heifer you love in terms of that growth. She's obviously your framey, your big growthy female. She gets a little straight off her shoulder. I'd like to give her a little more flex from the knee down. Certainly like to tone her down in terms of that frame size for a May, but really, really nice set of females and a lot of quality from first to fourth.
Your results of Class 401 in your Hereford Polled Spring Heifer Calves class. Fourth place, entry 3639 from David Smith. Third place, entry 3551 from Ella Pagel. Second place goes to entry 3631 from Kendry Meagerl. And your class winner is entry 3636 from Hayden Marie Hoffman. Coming in the ring at this time will now be Class 402. These will be Polled Spring Heifer calves. They will be calved April 4th through April 25th of 2023. Within this class, we will have entries from London Mullet, Kendi Meagerl, 2 entries there. We'll have an entry from Sienna Kessler, and an entry from Xavier Grace, Weston Grace, and Kane Grace, and the last entry being from Bowden Nelson.
Back over here in the main ring, I think a close placing, and when you get the cattle on this view right here, I think that's what separates it and allows you to use the heifer in first. I'll be the first to admit I'd like to see the heifer in first move with a little more flexibility off of both ends, and if she settled down she probably would a little bit, but I do think that heifer does need more set to her hind leg. But I think when you compare to the heifer in second, from a side view standpoint, her necktie is much higher and she blends better from her shoulder into her shoulder. She's tidier at both her throat and her chest and sets nicer in her crest. She's also longer and leveler down her top and out over her hip. The young lady's heifer in second, I do think, is set further back at her knee and has just a bit more flex off of her hind end. I think this heifer does come to us in a little plainer package when you analyze her up front. You know, if this heifer was perfect in terms of her structure, I definitely probably would put even more consideration in getting her up higher. But when she goes, she gets just a little straighter off of her back end and wants to come in at her hock too. But both very nice females, some differences within the two.
Your results over in your Junior Maine-Angus female show from Class 17. Your second place, entry 1717 from Sarah Rimpel. Your class winner is entry 1678 from Bailey Dutra. At this time, within our Junior Maine-Angus show, we will now bring up Class 18. These will be Maine-Angus spring heifer calves, calved January through February of 2023. We will have 2 entries within Class 18. Class 18 will have stag good times of Gentry Rigby, and we'll have entry 1677 from Ruby Dittmer. Correction on our schedule with our Junior Maine-Angus female show. In the ring is going to be our Junior Heifer Calf selection. We will have coming back from Class 17 our first place from Sarah Rimpel, and our second place from Bailey Dutra. From Class 18, our first place was Gentry Rigby, and the second place was Ruby Dittmer. Our judge will now select our champion and reserve champion junior heifer calves.
As we get out here for your division, we had 2 pairs within those couple classes, and the heifer that wins the first class, I think, just as a very complete individual, as sound as any we have out here. Very nice in terms of her presentation. She's youthful and fresh in her overall design and has some body. You know, the heifer that was second to her was bigger and stouter, but needed to move just a shade better and wasn't quite as attractive. We get them back out here, and I thought that the placing was close in the second class, and I'm glad that I did go ahead and go the way that I did, because you get them back out here, and this heifer does have an extreme amount of quality and eye appeal and balance from the side. We said we'd like to set her back on both ends of her skeleton, and the heifer that was second to her did move a shade better, just got a little plainer. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause, and I'll go pick the 2 I like the best.
Your Maine-Angus champion junior heifer calf comes out of Class 17. That is entry 1717 from Sarah Rimpel. Your Maine-Angus Reserve Champion Junior Heifer Calf comes out of Class 18. That is entry 1716 from Gentry Rigby.
Really strong polled spring heifer class here on your Hereford side. Boy, there's a lot of quality from 1 to 4 in this class. And, the fun thing about this is you can pick them all day long how you want them. And we really like these 2. This first heifer, she just kind of gravitates to the top. She's very complete. She's moderate. So blended in so well at her shoulder and through that back. hooks to pins. She's deep. She's got a great foot, a good set of feet and legs on her. Put her on the move. All these heifers are sound. They're very, very functional, but this one is just to us, she's just the most complete, the most fault-free in terms of her structure today. Heifer in second, there's parts of her we really, really like. She's is equally nice through that shoulder and extended through her front end. When he gets her set up, she'll give you a really nice look. She's feminine. She's got really nice flex and turn to her pasterns. Probably not as heavy made as stoutness in terms of her bone and her footwork as that class winner, but she is long. And when he, like I said, gets her set up, she'll give you a really nice look from the side. Maybe just a little pinched right behind those shoulders, but she's a young heifer. She's tremendous in terms of her rib shape. We think a lot of future in that one. The heifer in third, intriguing female. She's just a little coarser and plainer about her head. She gets a little straighter on both ends, but certainly very deep in that fore and rear rib, square out through her hip and her hind leg. She just needs to be freer on both ends to go higher. The heifer in fourth is the one that gave us probably the most trouble. She's just a little awkward at this stage. She's certainly growthy enough. She's just coarser about that shoulder, carrying a little more jowl and brisket about her, but a really nice female with a lot of power and substance.
Just a single entry over here, but one that has a lot of quality. Young man's brought us a very nicely balanced female that's very feminine and maternal up through her front end. She's laid in nice and flat about her shoulder. She's slender in her neck, and her necktie is good into her shoulder and back into her top, where she's really strong and level all the way down her top. You maybe drop her down to touching her flank and stouten her up at the ground, but a very nice female this young man's brought out for us.
Within your Maine-Angus show, your results for Class 19. This was a single entry class and the only class within the division. So first place in your champion fall heifer calf goes to entry 1664 from Jason Calhoun of Farmington, Arkansas. In the ring at this time, we'll now bring in class number 20. Class 20 will be Maine-Angus Spring Yearling Females, calved in March through April of 2022. We have 2 entries within this class and the only class within the division. So first and second within Class 20 will become your champion and reserve champion junior yearling heifers. Within this class, we have entry 1662 from Raymond Benicker, and we have entry 1680 from Ivy Fawcett. Over in our Hereford show, our results coming in out of our last class. Our last class was Class 402 of Polled Spring heifer calves. Fourth place goes to entry 3650 from Kane Weston and Xavier Grace. Third place goes to entry 3645 from Kendi Meagrel. Second place goes to entry 3641 from London Mullet. And your class winner was entry 3649 from Sienna Kessler of Leola, South Dakota. Set to enter the ring would now be Class 403 of Polled Spring heifer calves. Class 403 will have calves of March 1st through March 28th of 2023. Class 403 within our Hereford show will consist of quite a few entries, so we are at this time getting all those entries ready in the holding ring at this time.
two really good females down over here, and there's just differences. To me, the difference in the two is going to be just freshness and femininity. And the heifer we go ahead and start with, she's a bit more moderate, but where you really like her compared to the heifer in second, she's so much sleeker in terms of her neck. She's thinner about her neck, and she's better up through her chest floor. Probably when you get her out here and analyze her from the side, she's also really, you like her swoop to her rib. She's not as long-bodied. She's not as long-hipped. And I maybe prefer the way the heifer in second comes out of her front end structure a little bit better than the heifer that we start with. I think the heifer we start with gets out when she's not fighting and hits her stride very good. And I just think she has an advantage in terms of quality and freshness when you get the cattle on the standstill, and she's a bit more moderate in terms of her kind. I love the hind leg and the foot size and the bone on the heifer that we have in second. For a heifer that is that big, a heifer that still maintains some balance when you analyze her down her top line, you get her out here and you get them stopped, and the heifer just isn't quite as attractive and fresh as the heifer we go ahead and start the class with.
Your results of Class 20 of your Maine-Angus Spring Yearling females. Second place goes to Raymond Benecker of Hamilton, Ohio, becoming your reserve champion junior yearling heifer. And your class winner is entry 1680 from Ivy Fawcett of Ree Heights, South Dakota. Ivy Fawcett also becomes your champion junior yearling heifer. At this time, we will now bring back our division winners, and our judge will select our grand champion and reserve grand champion junior Maine-Angus females.
As we get back out here for your champion drive, I too want to reiterate what Miles said. And these young people out here doing all the work, getting these cattle coming to me really in an efficient manner. And you do have an amazing CEO and staff. And I think a big thing is when you can find those people too that have been in place for as long as they have, that not only says something about them being that good at their job, but you as Maine breeders have to also appreciate the fact that, they have committed to your breed for a long time and have stuck with you and helped your breed progress. The breeders of these cattle out here should be very well commended. Young people have done an awesome job. Go out and select your champion, but before that, let's give all the exhibitors and your staff and your breeders a big, nice round of applause.
Our grand champion Maine-Angus female comes from our last division, that is entry 1680 of Ivy Fawcett of Ree Heights, South Dakota. Your reserve grand champion junior Maine-Angus female also comes from that same last division, that is entry 1662 from Raymond Benecker of Hamilton, Ohio.
Folks, we've got a tremendous set of polled spring heifer calves over here. This is one of the largest classes we've seen yet, and certainly the quality goes along with it. These two females here on the top end are just exquisite. The one that's going to win, there's just more power to her today. I think she's got the advantage in muscle and shape. Dimension down in that lower quarter compared to our second heifer. This is a female that's just super attractive from that shoulder forward. A heifer that just, when she gets her set up, she's just beautiful. If I'm going to change her, I'd maybe change that knee down to her dew claw. She wants to toe out just a little bit, maybe a little over there, but I think in terms of foot and bone structure, our second place heifer is a better one in that term. She's not as long-sided, she's not as expressively muscled today, but this is a nice green fresh female that I think is going to give this one a run for their money. But two ultra good females we like a lot. We get down here into the third heifer. This female's really nice. She gives you a good look. She's tremendous in terms of her hip and her hind leg. She balances really well with her fore and rear rib. She's a little up, I think, compared to the heifers in front of her, maybe in that hip and that loin. But when she gets her stopped and set, she gives you a nice look. She's great through that front end. She's got that angulation and femininity. Just ran into some pretty tough heifers here in front of her. The next female, this one gets a little straighter for us. We love her foot size. We love her bone. She's not as explosive in that lower rib. Kind of throws her off a little bit in terms of her balance. But she's strong down her top. She's got a little extra length. Not quite as attractive from her shoulder forward today, but another really nice youthful female. Here's a really nice balanced heifer. Very practical, very functional. Female that's correct off her feet and legs. We appreciate that. She's got a really nice flex to her pastern. Not as strong and extended through her front end as the ones in front of her. We maybe like to power her up in that lower quarter to go higher today, but really nicely presented. Young man's heifer coming next, a really dark red female that just gives you a beautiful profile. She's very attractive. She's clean through her front end. She's not as long and extended through her front end. She's got that balance of fore and rear ribs. She just gets a little off in that hawk down to the ground. We'd like to stouten her up a little bit in that lower 1/3 to go higher, but really a functional, heavy muscled female. Then we've got a heifer here that's really nicely balanced. She's long and she's correct when you put her on the move. She's just a little bit more choppy when you see her from the side. She doesn't have that extra depth or that extension through the front end. Heifer here, really striking, high volume, deep ribbed. She's a little lax in her top line. We'd like to make her more attractive on the move and from the hawk down. Heifer that brings up the class, she's a green female we like in terms of her freshness condition. She's got some muscle shape down that top and in her quarter. She's just not as powerful and explosive in her rib cage to go higher today, but excellent class. Congratulations to your class winner.
So we get into our first class of Maine-Angus heifers. For me, I'm going to start with the one that just has the least amount of holes for me today. She's extremely well balanced when you get off from the side, when you study this one from her proportions from her front end and the way it is into her center body. You step behind her, she's adequate muscle for me today. But where she separates the 1 and 2, I think is just at the ground. She's just a little freer moving. She's a little back at her knee in comparison to the 1 and 2. Just a really nice heifer with a few of the extras that win the class. The longer spined, bigger outlined heifer comes out in 2. She's got some extras when you study her from muscle and bone and power. She's really long and extended through her front 1/3. Where I'd like to change that one is when you throw her into motion, I'd like to just free her up from hock to ground. She's just a little rigid in her ankles today. Congratulations to both these young ladies.
Your results from your first class within your Open Maine-Angus Female Show, Class 21. Second place in your Reserve Champion Junior Heifer Calf is entry 4195 from Bailey Dutra. Your class winner and your Champion Junior Heifer Calf is entry 4248 from Sarah Rimpel. At this time within our Open Maine-Angus Female Show, we will bring up Class 22. These are the only 2 entries within the class, the only class within the division. So therefore, first and second will become your Champion and Reserve Champion Senior Heifer Calf. Over in your Hereford show ring at this time, we now have our class winners returning from classes 401, 402, and 403. And our judges are going to select our Champion and Reserve Champion Polled Spring Heifer Calves.
Folks ringside, please give our exhibitors out here in this first pole division a nice round. Really a nice set of females. All 6 of these heifers, I think, are tremendous females. We get them back out here, and you know, there's certainly some differences. We talked in terms of their frame size and their condition, and throw in some really nice numbers that you can do a lot of different things with. Just a heck of a lineup here. It gets kind of close to us, and we've got a couple out here that we think really look good. They look the part. They look like they've got some good future in them. They're very modern, I think adequate in terms of everything, completeness from rib size to foot and bone and muscle, and really appreciate the condition and frame size today. Mom will go out and select that first division champion for you. Congratulations to all 6 of you out here.
Well, as Mary and Terry keep selecting on their side, we roll into the next class of Maine-Angus heifers, and for me, it's a really close pair. There's some give and takes and some differences. I'm going to go ahead and start with the young lady that came in second. I just think from a basic build and standpoint, she probably does the most things correct for me when you study her from the ground up. She's the easiest moving, freest rolling around the ring. She's the bigger bodied, deeper sided one. No, she's not as sleek through her chest and up into her throat latch as the heifer that'll come second, and I would like to relax her ever so slightly in her tailhead region today, but from a muscle, body, and structure, she wins the class. The striking, good-looking one's the young lady up front here, and for me, I just like to just change her the way she comes out of her front end and her slope to her shoulder. I'd like to relax her in her knee when you ask that one to go. She'd just get out and reach and move a little freer. But when you study that one's look and from the side, you sure got to appreciate it. Nice pair of heifers on the Maine-Angus side. Congratulations to our exhibitors.
The results coming out of your Hereford show ring, your champion polled spring heifer calf comes from the last class of 403. That is entry 3674 from Timber, Shiloh, and Cash Billman. And the reserve champion polled spring heifer calf also comes from that last class. That is the second place coming out of class 403. That is entry 3680 from Cruz Collier. In the ring at this time for your Hereford show is now class 404 of polled junior heifer calves, calved February 6th through February 26th of 2023. Results coming out of your Open Maine-Angus female show, class 22. Second place goes to entry 4245 from Gentry Rigby. She becomes your reserve champion senior heifer calf. Your class winner of 22 and your champion senior heifer calf is entry 4194 from Ruby Dittmer. In the ring at this time for your Maine-Angus female show will now be class 23. We have a single entry in class 23 from Jason Calhoun.
Just a single entry on the senior heifer calf division here, and one that, once again, you hate to be redundant on it, but one that sure could stand some competition. And when you study this one from a adequate muscle standpoint, she's deep enough through the center portion of her body. She's dead level down her spine. She's clean enough through her front 1/3. She's sound enough at the ground when you study this one in motion. I would like to just power her hind leg up and her foot size ever so slightly to just make her, that's getting a little nitpicky on one with a lot of strong attributes, but a really nice, well-balanced one for the young man. Congratulations.
Your results from class 23 of your Maine-Angus winter heifer calves. In first place, entry 4179 from Jason Calhoun. Jason's entry also becomes your champion fall heifer calf. Up next into the ring will be class 24. Class 24 will be Maine-Angus junior yearling females calved March through April of 2022. We will have 2 entries within class 24. We have an entry 4176 from Raymond Benecker of Hamilton, Ohio, and we'll have entry 4198 from Ivy Fawcett of Ree Heights, South Dakota. First and second within Class 24 will become your champion and reserve champion junior yearling heifers.
Well, we have an extremely intriguing pair of livestock on this side of the ring, and for me, I'm going to go with the one that I think just from a proportion standpoint just fits the bill for me. Pretty ideal out here in this pair of cattle. You study her up through that front 1/3, and she is so fresh in her overall makeup. And the way she transitions back into her forerib, into the center portion of her body is incredible. I like this one's rear flank. Maybe like to have her showing just a little bit more out here at her age, but for me, this one's bone work and the way she gets around the ring with ease is incredible. A really good class winner over here. The one that's got some extras and some big pieces comes out in second. She's starting to push a little up through her front 1/3 for me today at this stage of her life. But when you talk about body and power and bone work, this one has got it. She's dead level from her spine, just a little ripe for me out here today, but a really good pair of cattle on this side of the ring. Congratulations to both of them.
Your results coming out of Class 24 of your Maine-Angus Junior Yearling Heifer class. In second place in the Reserve Champion Junior Yearling Heifer, entry 4176 from Raymond Beneker of Hamilton, Ohio. Your Champion Junior Yearling Heifer is entry 4198 from Ivy Fawcett of Ree Heights, South Dakota. At this time, within our Maine-Angus show, we will now bring back our division winners for our judge to select your grand champion and reserve grand champion open Maine-Angus females.
Maybe not the overwhelming numbers like we had on the high Maine side of things here a little bit ago, but I'll tell you what, when you can start off with a calf that is so fresh and youthful and juvenile up there on that class or first division and keep transitioning your age back into these two heavy breds on this end, it's a really nice lineup that I think we've accumulated today. I'm a big believer in this Maine-Angus program that the breed has started and pushing, and I think there's a ton of upside for the future. And I'm predominantly an Angus guy at heart, and our lifestyle there at the ranch. But so I think implementing it in with these big power stout featured cows, I think our Angus bulls or even the females with y'all's bulls match up really well and give an upside and another marketing avenue for the breed. So let's put our hands together for all these division winners and we'll pick you a pair of champions. Congratulations to all.
Your grand champion, open Maine-Angus female, comes out of your last division. That is entry 4198 from Ivy Fawcett of Ree Heights, South Dakota. Your reserve grand champion will also come from that same division. That is going to be your reserve champion junior yearling heifer, entry 4176 from Raymond Menaker of Hamilton, Ohio.
Got a phenomenal Polled Junior Heifer Calf class. A lot of quality, a lot of depth. This is another big class and certainly has some power to it. This top end, just really these first four, I think 4 or 5 are outstanding individuals. The most complete, the most fault-free, just the most, I think, moderate and functional and practical is this female that's going to win the class. She's probably one of the most powerful in terms of her muscle design and her size and her shape. Great on her feet and legs, extended through that front end. She's tremendous through that shoulder. She's laid in like you like them. She's just thick through her top. She's got a lot of pin width, just a lot of future ahead for this female. Heifer in second, she's probably the next most structurally sound for us out here. She's as smooth in her shoulder and as angular through that front end as these top 4. This heifer's not as deep in that lower rear rib, and that maybe throws her balance off ever so much from the first place class winner. But this is a female that gets out and takes a long free stride, level from hooks to pins, and just really nice and fresh in her appearance. Heifer in third, this is a female that, again, she's a little coarser, a little heavier about her shoulder compared to the 2 in front. She balances really nice, and we like that extra depth in that lower 1/3 in her flank. She drops it down nicely. She's soft in her spine. She's got really nice flex to her pasterns and takes a long free stride. Just a really nice balanced female. The heifer here in fourth, we like a lot of things about her. She's a big, powerful, heavy bone, big-footed female. Where she gets in trouble with us, she's just a little coarser, a little too robust about that shoulder. Like to clean her up in that front end and maybe just level her from hooks to pins through that shoulder, but really, really stout. Here's another nice heifer that balances well. She's a little shorter design compared to the one in front. She gets a little shorter, I think, when you put her on the move. We'd just like to make her sounder from the ground up. This female is very, very powerful in terms of her muscle shape. She's almost round in terms of that shape when you get behind her. She's a little more steery looking, I think, from the other ones around her. She gets a little coarser, but boy, she's got a lot of muscle and a lot of things you can do with that package. This female coming next, really long-sided. She's just not as structurally sound. She needs to walk better off those hind wheels to go higher. Another heifer here that we like, really, really pretty and feminine through her front end. She's just not handling her hind legs as well to go higher today, and structural soundness got her here. Here's a big growthy female. Love her in terms of that length of hooks to pins. She balances nicely. She's just got to be changed from that shoulder down. We need to have those knees coming out a little straighter and both point in the same direction to go higher for us today. And a really nice heifer to finish the class. This is a youthful female. She's really good on her feet and legs. She's got extra flex. She's just not quite as feminine, as attractive through that front end, not as powerful in her muscle shape to go higher. Extremely good class. Congratulations to that class winner.
Your results for Class 404 within your polled junior heifer Hereford calf class. In 10th place, we will have entry 3692 from Mason Blessed. 9th place, 3553 from Colton and Emma Davison. 8th place, 3687 from Coyote Ridge Ranch. 7th place, entry 3697 from Brayson Mayo. 6th place, entry 3684 from Reese Anderson. 5th place, 3682 from Ireland McCaravey. 4th place, entry 3686 from Tuck and Nash Loderman and Brumley Farms. 3rd place, entry 3685 from Linskoff Limited Ranch of South Dakota. 2nd place, entry 3688 from Timber and Shiloh Billman. And your class winner was entry 3700 from Kennedy Jean Hoffman. In the ring at this time for your Herefords is now Class 405. Class 405 are polled junior heifer calves, calved January 2nd through January 31st of 2023. We have an entry from Fallon and Gunnar Gore, entry from Haxton Harold Hoffman, TK Cattle Company, Kyla Pesky, Cruz Collier, and another entry from Cruz Collier. This is the last class of the division of your polled junior heifer calves. This is Class 405.
think they're close.
Long fronted.
Yeah, but look at her front toes are kind of going out a little bit. This one's really cracked off her feet and legs. Ooh, Hoffman's is a little coarse and short fronted. Fawcett's doesn't balance as good as the one Kyle has. Fawcett's doesn't balance as good. She breaks behind her shoulder. He's got to constantly whine. But yeah, I could talk to her. You think she's better fronted?
Heavy bone.
Which one? They're both heavy bone. You mean the second one?
Mm-hmm.
You like her better? I like the depth of forehead in that one.
Well, you're talking, you do it.
Well, which one goes last? Is the problem. I think it may have to be this one here on the front end. She's awkward. Short hip.
Oh, but she's looked at me with them red eyes.
Don't look.
Mm.
Oh, you want Coos?
He's got a beautiful one.
Mm-hmm. Somebody has to go last. What are you stepping away for?
Because I'm the associate. I don't have to pick. God,
You're not helping at all. I know, but she's shoulder and she's straight on her front end. Look how she's almost tipping over. They're all pretty. We need to pick and go. What do you think? Hoffman's gonna have to go last.
okay.
Bring her. Bring her.
We're drawing straws again.
Yeah, I could probably talk her better.
Okay. She's got more.
Yeah. Folks on our Polled Junior Heifer Calf class, we'd love to have all four of these. God, they are tremendous herd builders, a lot of quality from first to fourth in this class. And unfortunately, somebody starts it and somebody goes in fourth, but these heifers are just tremendous. The heifer that wins it, just overpowering in terms of the volume, the mass, extension through her front end. She's just so complete from hooks to pins. There's just a lot of quality, a lot of refinement. A female that we just think just overpowers the class in terms of her overall mass. The striking heifer here, this dark red one, she's beautiful, and he gets her sticked, and from the side, she's just beautiful. She gives you a great profile. Heifer maybe not as clean down in that brisket, but she does not detract from her balance at all. She's just not quite as powerful, not quite as robust today, but both of those heifers will have a fun show career, no doubt. Same with the third and fourth heifers. This female here in third, long-sided, strong top. She's beautiful through that front end. We love her head and her neck. She's just not as powerful as pulled apart in that lower rib, not quite as high volumed. We'd like to give her a little more pin width, and when you watch her walk behind, she gets a little narrow there down at the base. Heifer in fourth, another beautiful female. So many parts of this one we love. She's stout, she's deep, she's wide. She gets maybe compared to the other three a little bit coarser shouldered, a little shorter in that front end, and we'd like to give her a more flex from that knee down, not so steep shoulder. But really, really four outstanding females. Congratulations.
Back over here to start off your Maintainer show. Two really nice females that the two exhibitors are doing an excellent job with, but I think you certainly have to realize that the heifer that wins, just kind of overwhelms the heifer in second in terms of volume and weight per day of age. And you get past that, this heifer does a lot of nice things to complement that. She's very good in terms of her structural design and her angles. She's got a good foot underneath her. She's balanced and feminine, really nice in terms of her rib. The young man's heifer we have coming out in second, one that's really chiseled up front, one that shows you a lot of muscle down her top and out over her hip. Maybe just not quite the balance and eye appeal as the one we have in front of him, but a really nice job. And it's exciting that he's come out here and done a nice job at the National Western. Let's give these two exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Your results over in your junior maintainer female show from class 25. In second place, we have Gage Hall. Your class winner, entry 1714 from Stetson Reedy. We will now bring up class 26 within our maintainer female show. Over in our Hereford show ring, our judges have brought back our winners from classes 404 and 405, and Terry and Mary Barber will select our champion and reserve champion polled junior heifer calves.
Another round of applause, everyone here on your polled heifer side. Really nice junior heifer calf division. 4 individuals out here, and as y'all saw the classes, there's a lot of heat in these. Really good heifers stood down, and depending on who's selecting what and what trait you're looking for, you can sure have a fun time sorting females. And that's what's fun about this age and this division. There's a lot of quality about them. They've got a great future ahead of them. There's a heifer out here that kind of stands out when we get all 4 of them back out here. Mom's going to select for your division, and then we'll bring that respective second for consideration reserve. Congratulations, all 4 of you.
Your champion polled junior heifer calf comes from class 404. That is going to be entry 3700 from Kennedy Jean Hoffman of Thedford, Nebraska.
We bring that respective second back out here for your reserve consideration, and differences in the kind and type here. We've got a female, I think, that just, she's very fresh in her appearance, clean made, just a different type than this class winner that just came out of that last class, who we just talked the volume and stoutness. So it gets a little closer in our mind. I think to follow the suit of that division champion, we'll go back and use the younger one here, the second place for reserve. Congratulations.
Your reserve champion polled junior heifer calf also comes out of class 404. That is going to be entry 3688 from Timber and Shiloh Billman of Blackfoot, Idaho. Coming in the ring for your Hereford show is now class 406. Your polled senior heifer calves. November 3rd. September 4th of 2022. We have 2 entries in this class. We have entries 3715 from Kylie Jo Nudendorf, and we have entry 3718 from Delaney Chestner.
Back over here in your maintainer ring, I think a logical first and a logical second, and then some nice heifers that you kind of got to sort through. But this heifer here, I think, no doubt, is very striking and elegant, very attractive as you analyze her from the side. She's very symmetrical in all of her dimensions, and the heifer gets out and travels nice, and she's also got as much volume as any heifer in the class. To me, the heifer that comes in second, yes, she's a bit moderate in terms of her type and kind, and maybe a little earlier in terms of her skeletal maturity, but she's the heifer in terms of balance and structure that most likely follows our class winner. When you compare her to the couple heifers right behind her, she just paints a better picture from the side and gets out and travels with more ease. The young lady's heifer that we bring next, I think of the next pair of females that I thought were just a little higher performing than the bottom pair. I thought this heifer was maybe just a little softer, and in terms of her rib cage, the young man's heifer may be just a touch stouter, but when you analyze her up to her front end, she gets a little thicker about her neck. When it comes to the 2 young people, I'd like to change both those heifers quite a bit in terms of their structure off of their hind end. I just thought today that the young lady's heifer had quite a bit more substance and top and hip in her. The young man does an excellent job. He's had that heifer and given that heifer every opportunity to place as high as she could today. Today we just wanted to see her move out a little freer and easier and give her just a bit more substance.
Got a nice duo of Polled senior heifer calves, females that are different, obviously, in their type and kind. I think number-wise and phenotype, EPD, profile, everything goes to the heifer here that was going to win this class. Phenotypically, she's just a stouter made, deeper, bigger ribbed female. She's a little bit sounder on her feet and legs, I think, when you compare her to the second place heifer. Really like her length of side. She's a little more extended through that front end. Got a lot of flex. When you put her on the move, she sure doesn't disappoint you. If anything, just to be a little critical, you'd like to see her a little stronger behind that shoulder for a show heifer, but she certainly has a nice balance and a nice look. Very elegant and very feminine through the front end. Really like the stoutness of the heifer here in second. There's just not as much of her. She's not as long-sided. I think maybe to get her ahead of this one in class today, we'd just like to give her a little more flex, kind of stretch her out on that top line, but certainly a strong top female with a lot of muscle and dimension.
Over in your Mainetainer show, in the ring at this time is our class winners coming back from classes 25 and 26. The results coming in from class 26, in 6th place was Garrett Hall. 5th place was Brenna Larson. 4th place, Jason Diaz. 3rd place, Starley Henderson. 2nd place was Job Knight. And your class winner was Jackie Schlechter. Your results over in your Hereford show, Class 406. 2nd place was entry 3715 from Devin Lockhart of College Station, Texas. Your class winner was entry 3718 from Delaney Chester. In the ring at this time now for our Hereford show is Class 407. These are Polled senior heifer calves, calving from October 3rd through October 30th. We have entries from Creekside Ranch, Macy Mackey, Kennedy Jean Hoffman, Mark Kipton Lofton, and Fallon and Gunnar Gore. Those will complete Class 407 of your Polled senior Hereford heifers.
Over here in your first division, 4 nice heifers, but I think if you get out here on the side of them, I think you would agree that it comes down to our 2 class winners. 2 females that I think do a lot of things right. Both of them I like in terms of their structure and their structural integrity. I don't think there's any deciding factors in terms of their structure. They're both sound. I think both cattle are both balanced. Both cattle have enough body. The advantage in terms of body probably goes to the white-legged heifer up front, but also she comes to us with a little more condition, and that condition does lay a little bit in terms of her chest and her throat. The heifer right behind her is a little more chiseled out of her front end, a little freer in terms of chest, and just really, really nice out through her front end. She is probably not as ultimately deep as the one in front of her. You get on in behind the cattle, the heifer that we have that in the first class, plenty wide constructed, but maybe doesn't have as much shape out of her hip, maybe doesn't set quite as high and nice in terms of her tail head set, and probably doesn't have quite as much length of hip. I think both these females are extremely good. You get out here on the side of them, and there's one that does just hit me a little bit harder. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause, and I'll go show you the 2 I like the best.
Your Maintainer champion junior heifer calf comes out of class 26. That is the first place from entry 1724 of Jackie Schlechter. Your reserve champion junior heifer calf comes out of class 25. That is entry 1714 from Stetson Reedy.
Another really, really good polled senior heifer class. Top end, just tremendous. Female that wins the class, she is just so elegant. She grabs your attention as soon as she comes in the ring. She's got a really nice number profile to go with it. Just good in terms of her growth and her CHB numbers, average there. But I think where she really excels the class is just style and presence and eye appeal. She's big-footed. She's sound off her feet and legs. Just really, really a lot of quality about her. Heifer in second here, another really deep-sided female. She balances nice in her fore and her rear rib. She doesn't have near the length from hooks to pins or the depth or the expression when you get behind her as this class winner, but really maternal, really functional. She's probably not as up front, I think, from her front end compared to the other heifer, but super sound, very, very practical, and very maternal in her look. Heifer in third, really like the strength of top. This girl's got some muscle, and she shows it when she moves, when she's stopped. He gets her set up, and she gives you a really nice look. She just plays out a bit in that lower 1/3, I think, compared to the 2 in front. If we could change, you would just give her a little more extension and femininity through that front end, but really, really a nice heifer. The female here in fourth, appreciate the condition you've kept this girl in. She's just lacking the weight per day of age, the volume, the mass, and would sure like to see some numbers if you could get to that point, but we appreciate you bringing her here today, and you were just in a really, really tough class. Congratulations again to that class winner.
In the ring at this time for your Maintainer show is class 27. We have a single entry within this class, entry 1695 from Ellie Hurt of Liberty Hill, Texas.
Over here in your Maintainer side, a heifer, just one single entry in your senior heifer calf division, but one that certainly has some quality, one that I really like from a width the chest standpoint, really good in her forerib, really strong and up high and behind her shoulders, just maintains a lot of balance in terms of her top line and her center body. A heifer that I think will be a nice representative when we get her back out here. Congratulations.
Your Maintainer champion fall heifer calf is entry 1695 from Ellie Hurt of Liberty Hill, Texas. Coming into the ring at this time for your Maintainer show will now be class 28. These will be Maintainers for the summer yearling heifer division. We have 2 entries within this class. Entries 1671 from Skylar Coffey and 1666 from Justin Calhoun. First and second within this class will become your champion and reserve champion yearling heifers. Over in your Hereford show ring, in the ring at this time is class 408. This is polled senior heifer calves. We have a single entry within this class, entry 3730 from Mady McKinley and Mallory Drake. Your results coming out of Class 407. In fourth place was entry 3726 from Nineline Genetics. Third place, entry 3729 from Fallon and Gunnar Gore. Second place goes to entry 3727 from Mark Kipton Lofton. And your class winner was entry 3720 from Creekside Ranch.
Really nice polled single senior calf out here. Young lady's doing a really nice job feeding this heifer. I really commend you on her numbers too. She's really balanced. She's got just a great profile with some spread from birth to yearling. Really appreciate her higher end of those indexes as well. Phenotypically, this heifer's deep-sided. She's strong top. She's pretty heavy muscled. We really like her on her feet and legs with that flex. If we could lean her up just a little bit, maybe pick her up from that shoulder and just give her ever so much more extension, maybe feminine her up on that front end, and then she could be a little leveler from hooks to pins, but she's got a lot of volume, a lot of internal dimension, and you've done a really nice job feeding her. Congratulations on the single entry.
Couple really nice summer-born heifers over here. They're functional in their type and kind. To me, it just comes down to the heifer that is going to go ahead and win the class. Just shows us quite a bit more broodiness to her center body, more sweep to her rib. A heifer I really like in terms of her freshness and structure. Just puts everything into a nice package. The heifer that was second in that class, you know, it's too bad there was just two in this class, because this young man brings us a big-footed, big-bone, fresh female. One that gets out and tracks off she has some set to her hind leg. Today, when you compare to that heifer in front of us, you know, her freshness almost works to her disadvantage. She doesn't show us as much broodiness in terms of her chest floor width and back through her rear rib and flank, but two really nice, high-quality individuals.
The results coming out of Class 28 of your Mainetainer Summer Yearling Heifers class. Second place in the Reserve Champion Summer Yearling Heifer is entry 1666 from Justin Calhoun. Your class winner and your champion Summer Yearling Heifer is entry 1671 from Skylar Coffey. At this time, within our Maintainer show, we will now bring up Class 29. Class 29 will consist of Maintainer Late Spring Yearling Heifers calved April of 2022. We have 3 entries slated for Class 29. We have entries from Tyson Fox, Kai Thompson, and Trevor Williams. Those are the 3 entries that will make up Class 29. Over in your Hereford show ring at this time, we have now our first and seconds who have returned from Classes 406, 407, and 408. Our judges will select our champion and reserve champion polled senior heifer calves. Our judges for the Hereford show is the mom and daughter duo of Mary and Terry Barber. They come from the Texas Panhandle. There's a saying in the Panhandle of Texas that if you wear a pair of boots, they're long enough, you'll wear out the soles and you'll never leave. This is held true for Dale and Mary Barber, who are the owners and operators of Barber Ranch. It's over 115 years old and located in Channing, Texas. We appreciate these ladies judging today's Hereford show here at the National Western Stock Show.
All right, nice round of applause for this senior heifer calf division. Really good heifers out here. We get these four females, respective first and seconds, in the single entry that we had. I think it gets closer to these younger heifers on this end when we are looking for the one that just kind of puts all the right pieces together for us. And again, we talked about the numbers and how much we liked the balance and the profile and then these indexes. And I think when you get them back out here, one kind of surfaces to the top for us, and Mom will go select her right now. Congratulations to everyone in the ring.
Your champion polled senior heifer calf comes out of Class 406. That is entry 3718 from Delaney Chester. Rolling into consideration would be the second place from Class 406. That comes from Devin Lockhart. Your reserve champion polled senior heifer calf comes from Class 407. That is entry 3720 from Creekside Ranch.
Like the heifer that won the last division, these two heifers do so much right in terms of being functional, and they're kind, legs going in the right directions, coming to us fresh in terms of their condition, having enough body shape and mass. To me, what it comes down to is you get them right here on the side view profile. The heifer we're going to go ahead and start with is not as longer from the point of her shoulder back to her pins. She's longer out over her hip. A heifer that when you analyze them in terms of her body depth, I don't know that she's any deeper, but she's a little more uniform in her body depth from her forehead back to her flank. I think both heifers are very sound and true in the way they come at you. This heifer, the fact that she is a little longer bodied and probably just a notch longer strided, probably gives her the advantage. I like the heifer in second. I think she maybe does have a little more muscle coming out of the backside of her shoulder than the one we start with. Really powerful over her loin, really expressive from behind. Like I said, she's very sound. She's just not quite as elegant, not quite as extended as the heifer we go ahead and start with. Young man's heifer, I feel bad for that comes out next because she's a really nice female that he's done a nice job keeping fresh. Female that he's got bred upright, and she's shown us some udder. I think everybody that judges the show should have to have done that one time. And I commend you, young man, for doing that. You just got in a really tough class with a couple awfully really good ones, but I like your heifer a great deal, and I wish you the best luck with her. I think she's going to make a great cow.
The results from Class 29 in your Mainetainer show. Third place, entry 1742 from Trevor Williams. Second place, entry 1732 from Kai Thompson. And your class winner, entry 1685 from Tyson Fox. At this time within our Maintainer show, we will bring up Class 30. Class 30 will consist of entries from Cole Flower, Annalyn Beach, and Justin Menti. This will be the last class of your division of junior yearling heifers. Over in your Hereford show ring, in the ring is now Class 409. These are polled late summer yearling females. They were calved June 15th through July 16th of 2022. We have entries from Nyline Genetics, JDS Herefords, Fallon Gore, Braxton Lockhart, and Hayden Marie Hoffman.
On our polled side, we've got really a very placeable class, really nice for individuals. Top end is just deadly again. This heifer that wins the class, nice profile on her numbers, but more impressively is just her phenotype. She is just deadly from the side. Love that front end. She's laid in nice at her shoulder, extremely strong down that top. You can see the muscle in this female, and she balances so well from her fore and her rear rib. You get behind her, there's a lot of power. She's got plenty of flex. put her on the move, and she just kind of smokes you out here. Heifer in second, extremely powerful in her own right. This is a bigger framed female. We like the growth about her. Maybe not so much to her advantage today, but she's a female that's got a lot of power. She's also bold in her rib, tremendous from her hooks to her pins. She's got a nice set to that hind leg, and he gets her set up, and she gives you a really, really nice look. She's just not quite as flexible off both ends, not quite as sweet through that front end as that class winner, but she's a really nice, powerful maternal made cow as well. The female here in third, she got in here with a class with some really deep sharks in here. She's not as structurally sound off either end. She is bold in her rib shape. She's very strong in her top line, and I appreciate that. She just needs to be a little freer moving and a little deeper to go higher. And again, we've got a female, she's just the pounds light female here. She just needs more rib shape. She needs more overall power and mass to go higher. Really great class. Congratulations to your class winner.
The results for Class 409. In fourth place, Neil Line Genetics. Third place, JDS Herefords. Second place is Braxton Lockhart. And your class winner is Hayden Marie Hoffman. Up next into the ring will be Class 410. These will be polled early summer yearling females, calved May 2nd through May 31st of 2022.
Really a nice 3 heifers we have over here. And, you know, this young lady's heifer that's third is in the same situation as the young man that was third in the last class. You brought a really good heifer to the National Western you should be really proud of. She's really functional and good in terms of her skeleton. She just got in here with a couple really massive, powerful ones today. The pair that we have up here, you know, there's advantages that go either way for me that makes this pair close. But I think it just simply comes down to there's just more cow in the one that wins. Both heifers are bred upright. The heifer in second has probably a more petite, nicer, really pretty udder on her. Nothing wrong with this heifer's udder, just a little bigger teats. The heifer in second, a little stronger down her top. The heifer that up front comes to us with more mass and width all the way through. I guess what it comes down to me is, you know, the heifer in second, to be this close in terms of her gestation and this close to calving, I guess I'd like to see her just a little deeper in terms of her center body. You know, when she gets this close to calving, you know, it kind of makes you just wonder a little bit once she does how much body she's going to have. But I love the freshness you bring her to us in today. I like her better the way she's set in at her shoulder than the heifer that we start with. Both heifers have just a tick of chest. The one that wins probably lays in a little nicer. We're just going to go with the extra rib, extra mass, and extra power over the young man's heifer that I really appreciate in terms of she probably stays a little more within herself on the move and has a very nice udder. Just like to see her a little deeper for being this far along in calf. Nice class.
Your results for Class 30 within your Mainetainer show. Third place goes to Annalyn Beach. Second place goes to Cole Flower. And your class winner is coming from Justin Menti. At this time, we will now have our judge bring back into the ring our first and seconds from classes 29 and 30, and he will select your champion and reserve champion junior yearling heifers. Over in the ring for your Hereford show is still Class 410. These are polled early summer yearling females. Within this class, we have entries from Samantha Campbell. We have an entry from Finley and Hudson Myers, entry from Eric Rawson, an entry from Haxton Hoffman, and the final entry from Reese Anderson. This is the last class within the intermediate yearling female division.
Boy, you've got a heck of a class here in these early summer yearlings on your polled side. These top 2 heifers, they're stout. Female that wins the class, she's just powerful from front end to back. Tremendous in her rib, her fore and her rear rib. She's got some really nice spacing on that udder and those teats that she's showing. Love her front end, and she's so strong down that top line, beautiful from hooks to pins, sound off her feet and legs. I mean, this is a really, really nice high-quality heifer. Heifer in second, equally as high quality. This female's probably not as smooth from her shoulder forward. She's not as robust in that fore or rear rib, but I appreciate her condition, her lightness. Female that's maybe a little longer from hooks to pins and still sound. Beautiful udder coming on her. Two different types of females that are very, very complete. Third and fourth, they're separated out here by structural soundness. Young lady's heifer here in third. She's just a little shorter from that neck back. She gets a little, I think, maybe more early maturing in types of her type and kind. Just not as feminine, not as fresh fronted, but still she's got a lot of length of hip and she's strong down her top line and well presented. Heifer here in fourth, a really nice hair coat. You've done a great job and I love her condition. This female just plays out in terms of overall mass. We need to see more stifle and bulge to that lower quarter for her to go higher today, but I really like the condition and then the cleanness, tremendous in terms of her top line. You've done a nice job. Again, congratulations to the top end of this class.
Your results for Class 410 within your Hereford show: in fourth place, Samantha Lynn Campbell. Third place is Reese Anderson. Second place goes to Haxton Hoffman. And your class winner comes from Finley and Hudson Myers. At this time, we will now bring back our class winners from 409 and 410. And our judges will select your champion and reserve champion polled intermediate yearling females.
Well, as we get back out here, there's not probably very many shows where you have this small of numbers where you'd end up with 4 of them this high quality within your division drive. And I think you as Maine breeders and maintainer breeders should be way proud of what you're doing and the quality that you brought out here for us today. I guess I'll just tell you how I kind of see them. The 2 heifers out of our first class, I think, fit together pretty well. They're the same type and kind in terms of frame size and cattle that are fresh and balanced. But I think of that pair, the longer they're out here, this heifer that wins that class is pretty good. That heifer is as good in terms of flexibility and feet and legs as we've seen. A heifer that balances very, very nicely. The heifer out of that next class is a powerhouse, just truly dimensional everywhere, bone and foot size and center body and hip width. And, we talked about the heifer that was second to her in that class. We had a really nice udder. She was maybe put together a little nicer, but just got outpowered by this one. This one's just tremendously deep in terms of her center body. For as wide as she is, she does stay within herself good enough when you get her out here on the move. She's probably not as strong in her top line as the one right behind her, but she's also carrying quite a bit more dimension to her. She's longer and she's deeper. We talked about this heifer. She is the neat package that does probably follow the type and kind more of the heifer up front, but I don't know when it comes down to it if there's enough for the width that she is at her shoulder, if there's enough just cow power, length, depth, and width from there back. So I think there's just decisions to be made. To me, it comes that the heifer that out of that first class wins for me, and then you have to decide whether you're going to try and stay truer in terms of frame size, type, and pattern, or go with the one that's probably more of an outlier that is just a more massive cow. I think movement is a wash on those two, and I think if movement's a wash, you probably just need to go with the mass and power, so that heifer is going to be your reserve. Congratulations.
Your champion junior yearling Mainetainer heifer is coming from 1685 of Tyson Fox. Your reserve champion comes out of Class 30. That is entry 1709 from Justin Minty.
Well, folks, we've got another just stout intermediate pole division over here. Put your hands together for these four out here. You know, I think in terms of quality, we didn't have this many head out here, but this may be one of our toughest decisions in terms of the division champion in reserve. And these four individuals are just plumb good. We'd be tickled to have any of them in our breeding program. And I guess when we get these two class winners back out, they are both just as deadly from the side as they are from any angle. I think they're just tremendous on their profile, strong down their top. They've got perfect rib shape, laid in very, very good at the point of their shoulder. You couldn't ask for better feet and legs on these two females. You know, they just bring so many nice things to the table, and I guess it comes down to personal preference and power and kind of what you like in your breeding program. But again, they're two very, very close females that we like as champion and reserve. Mom will go out and select those at this time. Congratulations, great set of females.
Your champion polled intermediate yearling female comes from Class 410. That is entry 3743 from Finley and Hudson Myers. Your reserve grand champion polled intermediate yearling female comes from Class 409. That is entry 3739 from Hayden Marie Hoffman. Over in your Maintainer show ring, we now have all of our division winners. Our judge will now select our grand champion and reserve grand champion junior Maintainer females. Walking in the ring for your Hereford show is now Class 411. Class 411 will consist of two entries. These will be polled spring yearling females, calved April 3rd through April 15th of 2022. We have entries from Zane and Tara Hausner and Jennifer Reynolds. And then our last entry comes from GKB Cattle and Tucker Cattle, as well as Michael Coulterman. These are the two entries that will make up Class 411 within your Hereford show.
Really nice duo of polled spring yearlings here. These April heifers are pretty even kill on their paper. Where this one just dominates the class, this young man's really got her in nice show condition. She's just strong down her top, elegant through that front end. She's sound off her feet and legs. Gives you a beautiful look from the profile, nice udder developing. She's just very, very classy. She could certainly stand more competition in this class. Heifer in second, another really nice balanced female. She's going to be, in terms of foot size and bone, very, very adequate. Again, I appreciate her on her EPD profile. She just doesn't have that elegance and that extended front end, not quite as lower in that lower 1/3 and that depth of forerib to balance as much as our class winner. But two really nice heifers. Thanks for bringing them.
Well, as we get back out here for your champion maintainer drive, this will be the last time you have to hear from me today. But I would tell you that this is for the numbers that we've had. This is as high a quality a show from top to bottom as I've ever got to evaluate. There's a lot of different heifers out here that are very worthy of being one of the two at the end. I guess I've been gone for 15 days from home, and my dad has been taking care of everything. I don't know what I'd do without him. My wife loaded up from Oklahoma City and took 20 some head of show cattle home by herself, and so she could get our daughter to school the next day. I have a herdsman. He and his wife are amazing, and make what I do so much easier and so much more fun. I've got a daughter that shares me with lots and lots of customers, shares me with lots and lots of hours. One of these days, I know what my biggest regret is going to be, that I could have just spent that much more time with her, but I want all those people at home to know how much they mean to me and how much that I love them. We mentioned before how great a breed you have and the staff you have and these young people out here, and the fact that they've been with you for a while. I mean, they know something's good here, they wouldn't stay. So I think you should just be so proud of what you have as far as a product and as far as who you have representing yourself in terms of a staff and these young people, the breeders. And then I always think, it's been said a lot throughout, a lot of things have happened with different people, and one in particular, but I have a very, very good friend that is in bad health, that needs prayers every single day. I have my uncle that I'm in business with. He's went into remission, but he's been battling cancer. We had a very good friend at home that died just right before we left for Oklahoma City, and left behind a wife and 3 young children. And I like to win as much as anyone, but in the grand scheme of things, the weather's terrible and the roads are terrible, and if someone were to get in an accident and get hurt, or one of your family members were to get diagnosed with cancer, it makes this seem pretty small. I just want to encourage you, hug your family every day. If you want to fight with your brother and sister, that's fine. Fight with them, and then go give them a hug and tell them you love them. If you're mad at your parents, that's fine. But don't ever go to bed without saying thank you and you love you, because God has blessed us, and He's blessed us with family and friends, and it can be gone just like that. Very happy and proud for you guys. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause, and I'll go out and pick your champions.
Your grand champion junior maintainer female comes from your last division. That is entry 1685 from Tyson Fox of Fort Morgan, Colorado. Rolling into consideration would be the reserve from that division. That'll be entry 1709 from Justin Mentee.
We'll talk this really outstanding, high quality. This is a March-born spring yearling here. Just an awful lot of quality. It's a beautiful, elegant made female. lays in really nice from her shoulder forward. Great condition. She balances so well. She's got that extra depth of fore and rear rib. Great udder development. Super sound off her feet and legs, and tremendous from hooks to pins. You get behind her and she's definitely got that extra width of her pin, and you put her on the move, and again, just flawless in her design. Certainly a female that this young man could have more competition today. Congratulations.
Results from Class 412 in your Hereford show ring. First place goes to entry 3757 from Hoffman Herefords and Buck Cattle Company. Over in your Maintainer show ring, your reserve grand champion Maintainer female comes out of your third division. That is your champion from the summer yearling division. That is entry 1671 from Skylar Coffey of Garden Grove, Iowa. Back over to your Hereford show ring. In the ring at this time is now our first and seconds returning back from classes 411 and 412. Coming back from class 411, your first place winner, entry 3753 from GKB Cattle, Tucker Cattle, and Michael Coulterman. And the second place coming back is entry 3750 from Zane and Tara Hausner and Jennifer Reynolds. And coming back from that last class, 412, entry 3757 from Hoffman Herefords and Buck Cattle Company.
All right, we've got a smaller division here in these Polled Spring Yearlings, Division 12. Let's give them a ringside a nice round of applause. These two females, when we get them back out here that won the class, they're beautiful in terms of their design. They're very elegant through their front end. We've got some differences in numbers on our birth weight, a little higher here on this back one, but she's just so powerful in her performance on her weaning and yearling, and then yet these indexes, she's really impressive there as well, and I appreciate that. Appreciate both of them have these genomic enhanced DPDs. Again, I think they definitely serve a really useful need in our industry, and when you can get females of this quality back out here, it kind of gives you some separation, things to talk about. But I think both of these females are extremely good. One of them hit Mom and I pretty hard, and she's going to go out and select your champion in your respective reserve. Congratulations to all three of you out here.
Your champion Polled Spring Yearling female comes out of your last class, 412. That is entry 3757 from Hoffman Herefords and Buck Cattle Company. Your reserve becomes the first place out of class 411. That is entry 3753 from GKB Cattle, Tucker Cattle, and Michael Coulterman. In your Hereford show ring at this time is now class 413. These are polled junior yearling females. We have a single entry within this class, entry 3762 from Kira and Kinsley Bremer. Over in your Maintainer female show, we now have in the ring class 31. We have entries from Stetson Reedy, Corey Cattle, Hughes Ranch, and Gage Hall.
We've got a single Polled Junior yearling February, middle of February heifer. This is a stout gal. She's really thick down her top and down in that lower 1/3. Really appreciate the power that she possesses. Young lady's got her in really nice show condition. She's so clean and elegant through her front end. Maybe not the longest neck, but I think she balances really, really well. You get behind her and there's some base width. If we're going to pick on her anything, we maybe just have her turned out a little bit more on both ends, but super sound, super deep bodied. You've done a really nice job with her. Congratulations.
I'm going to go ahead and start off with the heifer that I think wins the class pretty easy for me. This thing is killer looking when you get off her from the side. I sure appreciate her length of front end and extension as you study her through her front 1/3, and the depth through the center portion of her body is incredible. I like that one's rib shaping capacity that she has. Awesome down her top line, the way it transitions back into her hip, into a killer hind leg. Really nice class winner for me here in this class. The one that resembles her closest from the side view profile would be the young man in second. She is really good looking when you study her up through that front end. A little bigger boned, a little bigger footed. I would like to just relax her when you throw her into motion. She maybe gets a little rigid for me in this class, but one with a lot of extras and a lot of power. The blue roan heifer coming out next, just a little more basic in her build, real cowy looking one, maybe just a shot plainer when compared to the two up on the front end, but good at the ground. Nice project for the young lady. A little more of a terminal built one, and the smoky heifer coming out in fourth. Maybe just like to change the way that one gets around the ring today. Congratulations to our first class.
Got a really stout Polled Junior yearling here. This will be the January, the last class winner before this last division, and just a really stout female. Beautiful presentation with her, great hair coat. This female's big-footed, big-boned. You get her out here, and I guess we'd maybe like to see her move around a little freer and easier. She gets a little bit upright in her pasterns when you ask her to move, but great balance in that udder. Really good in fore and rear rib. Gives you a really nice look from hooks to pins. Nice condition. Really, really nice heifer. Congratulations.
Within your Hereford show, your results for Class 414. In first place, entry 3765 from GKB Cattle. At this time, within our Hereford show, we will bring back our class winner from 413, which is from Kiera and Kinsley Bremer, and we will have our judges select your champion and reserve champion junior yearling females. Over within your Maintainer show, your results from Class 31, fourth place went to Hughes Ranch. Third place, Corey Cattle. Second place, Gage Hall. And your class winner was Stetson Reedy. In the ring at this time is now Class 32. These are Maintainer Spring Heifer calves, calved March 2023. One of our larger classes for today, we have entries from Hughes Ranch, Garrett Hall, Brenna Larson, Joe Knight, Jackie Schlechter, and Jason Diaz.
Again, ringside, give some applause here. We've got some single entries, obviously, making up this last junior yearling division. Again, heifers that we talked in class, and, you know, depending on the type and kind you like, there's definitely some differences. The dark red heifer, just the powerhouse of this duo, a female that we really liked, just the overall mass, the foot, the bone work, nice udder development. I think when you compare her to this older heifer behind her, she's maybe not as elegant and as refined through that front end, but she's just really, really powerfully made. And the advantage, obviously, in terms of paper and GEPDs is definitely this older heifer. We really appreciate that. You study her profile, and you can do a lot of things with a female that has that kind of a grade sheet on her, and we appreciate that about her. I think when it comes down to the two, really structural soundness and power are going to separate these. Younger heifer, you'll be champion, you'll be reserved. Congratulations to both of y'all.
Your champion Polled Junior yearling heifer comes out of Class 413. That is from Kiera and Kinsley Bremer. And your reserve champion polled junior yearling female comes out of class 414. That is entry 3765 from GKB Cattle. We will now bring into our Hereford show ring class 415. Class 415 will be polled senior yearling females. We have a single entry within this class. We have entry 3766 from Samantha Lynn Campbell. This is the only class within the division, so your class winner of 415 will become your champion polled senior yearling female.
I have a few differences as we analyze these heifers up on the front end of this class, but for me, we have a class winner, and she gets here pretty handily. She just, for me, does the most things correct with some elite pieces and proportions. You get off this one, she is ultra good looking. She balances up so well on either end, and she transitions back into an awesome hip and hind leg, real fresh in her overall design and makeup. Structural integrity is extremely well. Really good one to start the class. One that's just a shot more moderate in her type and kinds, the young man that comes out in second. She's really good at the ground when you ask that thing to get out and go. You appreciate the center rib and body and capacity that she has. Not as big a kind as the one that wins the class, a little more moderate package, but a real typey, good-looking one for the young man for down the road. As we continue on, as the young lady brings hers out, maybe one that, to me, just a little more basic in her overall build and kind. Maybe not as many extras as some of the ones up on the front end, but on the heifers that are left, I think she's probably the soundest at the ground, the most amount of muscle. I'd like to go ahead and soften that one up when you study the center portion of her body, but a nice heifer calf for the young lady. Young man coming next has a long spined extended one. Real maternal in her overall kind when you study that one through the front 1/3. I'd like to go ahead and just change the way she is from hock to ground to rival the ones up on the front end of the class. Young man coming out next has a really good looking little youthful heifer calf. I'd maybe like to just relax her on both ends of the skeleton. The red one coming out around the class out, one's a long spine with some muscle and some added extras on that end. Just like to free her up when you ask her to go. Congratulations to our exhibitors.
We've got the last female on our poll show here today. Go ahead and take this pair around. This is a really impressive pair. Senior yearling that calved right on time at 2, actually before her second birthday, so really impressive. Love the udder development. She's got a beautiful teat and spacing about her. Really like the genetic profile she gives you as well. She's great on her paper, and then when you look at her, you really appreciate the job she's done. This is a really nice heifer calf that obviously is going to do a lot of winning for you as a show heifer, and then probably a future donor like this one is a potential capacity to do. Great condition, really correct off her feet and legs. She's sound, just a really nice functional female. You've done a phenomenal job bringing this one to town and with this nice heifer calf. Congratulations, you'll be the division winner as well.
Within your Hereford show, your results for class 415 in first place, Samantha Lynn Campbell. She also becomes your champion polled senior yearling female. At this time, we will now bring back for our Hereford show ring all of our division winners, and our judges will select our grand champion and reserve grand champion polled females. Over in the Mainetainer show, your results for class 32. 6th place goes to Hughes Ranch. 5th place, Garrett Hall. 4th place, Jason Diaz. 3rd place goes to Brenna Larson. 2nd place goes to Job Knight. And your class winner is Jackie Schlechter. In the ring at this time for the Maintainers is going to be our Junior Heifer Calf Division Drive. Our judge will select our champion and reserve champions.
Before we pick our champions, let's go ahead, put our hands together, and congratulate these calf division winners. I really appreciate both these class winners, and it's actually a really close pair. Probably one of the challenging ones I've had so far today is because it's extremely tight and extremely close on either one of them. The white-socked one just has the added body and dimension when you study her through a center third of her body, yet still really good looking when you study her through her front 1/3. Super sound at the ground. Maybe not as much overall bone and circumference as the young lady that comes in class 2, but really good pair of cattle. I'm going to make one pass through, pick you some champions. Congratulations to all these exhibitors.
Your champion junior heifer calf comes from class 32 within the Maintainer show. That is entry 4256 from Jackie Schlechter. Your reserve champion junior heifer calf comes out of class 31. That is entry 4243 from Stetson Reedy. In your Maintainer show ring, in the ring is now class 33. These are Maintainer spring heifer calves, calved January of 2023. We have a single entry, an entry coming from Chad Thompson. This is the only entry within the class, the only class within the division. So your first place within class 33 will become your champion senior heifer calf.
Just a single entry for a January heifer calf, but one that's just a wide constructed, massive built one that's got the extra bone and foot under her, and it's got some center body and dimension. Maybe not as fresh through her front 1/3 as some of the ones we've seen today. Starting to push a little bit of condition through her chest floor today, but one that is just jam right full of muscle and product and power. Highly presented, highly shown, really good single entry. Congratulations.
Your results coming out of your Maintainer show, your champion senior heifer calf, entry 4252 from Chad Thompson of Wessington Springs, South Dakota. In the ring at this time now is going to be class 34 of Maintainers. These are fall heifer calves, calves September through October of 2022. We have a single entry within this class, entry 4217 from Ellie Hurt.
Folks ringside, let's again give this lineup a really nice round of applause. It's a tremendous polled heifer show. Certainly want to thank American Hereford Association, National Western, Amy, your junior board, and the field reps out here have done a tremendous job, as has the entire staff organizing our female show. Boy, some of these classes and divisions, as y'all could tell, they kind of made me sweat. I'm glad I have a lot of layers on, but I'm also glad I got my deodorant on today. This was tough. We've had a lot of fun sorting these cattle. You get them back out here, and I just think they're all tremendous. We're going to have, like you said, different types and kinds. We're going to have some variation in these numbers. Again, we really appreciate the GE numbers that are out here. We appreciate any of the numbers because, just like we said in the horn show, these are such great breeding tools and selection criteria to help you go out and take any of these animals, including the ones at your own home, and just be that more efficient and that more confident in what you're doing in your breeding program. But without rambling on a lot, I know we've still got a really good bull show ahead of us. There's a couple females, well, more than a couple, but there's a couple that are really close right now in contention for this. I'm going to let Mary Barbara go out and select the one we like the best today. Congratulations again. Thanks so much for having us.
Your grand champion polled female comes from your intermediate yearling division. That is entry 3743 from Finley and Hudson Myers. Rolling into consideration would be the reserve from that division. That'll come from Hayden Hoffman. Your reserve grand champion polled female comes from that exact same division. That is your reserve champion polled intermediate yearling female, entry 3739 from Hayden Hoffman.
Just out of respect for Mary and Terry and the Herefords over there, I wanted to let them select both the champions before I talk this single entry class. But one that's really maternal in her overall make and kind. You sure got to appreciate them attributes about this animal. Maybe not the stoutest boned or biggest footed one that we've seen, but one that just kind of does a lot of things correct. She's got some muscle and some product in her. Just like to stouten that one up from the ground up, but a nice single entry. Congratulations.
Your results from Class 34 of your Mainetainer Fall Heifer Calves. In first place in your Champion Fall Heifer Calf, entry 4217 from Ellie Hurt of Liberty Hill, Texas. Coming into the ring at this time for your Maintainer show will now be Class 35. Class 35 will consist of summer yearling heifers calved May of 2022. Within this class, we will have two entries. We have an entry from Skylar Coffey and Justin Calhoun. These two entries are the only two entries within the class, the only class within the division. So first and second within Class 35 will become your champion and reserve champion summer yearling heifers.
going to go ahead and leave these two stand the way they came in and start with one that just reads cow power and maternal look when you study this one from the tip of her nose to the bottom of her dew claw, and just so elegant through her front 1/3, yet transitions back from a flat shoulder, so full when you study that one through her forerib and transition through the center portion of her rib and back into her flank. You step behind that one and she reads with plenty enough power and pin width for me. You kick her into motion and she reaches and flexes and gets around the ring at relative ease. Nice class winner. Now a real exotic, good looking one to be second. She is so chiseled up through that front 1/3. You step behind her, she's jammed right full of muscle and power and product, added bone and foot size. I'd like to be just let that one soften up ever so slightly through the center portion of her rib and center of her body and just deepen that one up to rival our class winner. But a really nice pair of cattle. Congratulations to both these exhibitors.
Your results for Class 35. Second place, entry 4180 from Justin Calhoun, who also becomes your reserve champion summer yearling heifer. First place goes to entry 4185 from Skylar Coffey, who also becomes your champion summer yearling heifer. At this time, we will now bring up Class 36. These will be maintainers that are spring yearling heifers, calved April of 2022. We have 3 entries within Class 36. We'll have an entry from Tyson Fox, Kai Thompson, and Trevor Williams.
Another high quality pair on the top end of this class, but for me, I'm going to start with the young man that this heifer just brings a lot of extras to the table for me when you study this one. You sure appreciate this one from the ground up. Floats around the ring, back at her knee, and just reaches and flexes and gets around so good. But you step off her and just really appreciate the overall look and balance and symmetry that she possesses deep through the center portion of her body. She's stout enough for me. She maybe ain't just as explosive and powerful as the one that comes out in second, but just does everything correct. The muscular, powerful beast is the one that comes out in two, yet still reads maternal enough in her build when you study her from the side and appreciate her center body and the maternal look up through her front 1/3. Big bone, big footed, maybe just not as balanced up when you study her compared to the one that wins the class. Young man coming out next with the baldy headed one is a cool looking one when you look at that one's head with the ring eye and the full baldy face. She too has some added bone and foot under her, just runs into a deep, deep pair up on the top end of this class. Congratulations, all three of our exhibitors.
Results for Class 36 in the Maintainer show. Third place, entry 1742 from Trevor Williams. Second place goes to entry 4261 from Kai Thompson. And your class winner, entry 4202 from Tyson Fox. At this time, within our Maintainer show, we will bring up Class 37. Class 37 will be spring yearling heifers, calved of March 2022. We have 3 entries in this Class 37. Entries include Cole Flower, Annalyn Beach, and Justin Minty. These are the 3 entries that will make up Class 37.
Going to go ahead and start with this solid black heifer up front with the white dot on her face, and she's an extremely long spine, dead level, extended heifer when you get off her from the side. I think this one's got ample enough power for me today, plenty enough rib shape through the center portion of her body. Maybe not the center depth is the one that comes out in two, but for me, she's the freshest appearing, most youthful one out of this lineup. Nice place to start off this class. The black and white painted up heifer does have a ton of extras and just wow to her when you look at her from a muscularity and center depth. She's got the added bone and power that you sure gotta like. She's maybe pushing the limits for me as far as freshness up through her front 1/3 today, but she just toned that one back ever so slightly to rival our class winner today. Nice pair of cattle on the front end. Young lady coming out in third has one with some back shape and some power and some true pin width when you study her from behind. Maybe lacks a little bit of that center body and overall depth for me today to rival our two up on the top of this class. Congratulations to another solid class of Maintainer females.
Your results coming out of Class 37 of Maintainers. In third place, entry 4165 from Annalyn Beach. Second place, entry 4240 from Justin Minty. And your class winner becomes entry 4199 from Cole Flower. In the ring at this time, we'll now have class number 38. Class 38 will be Maintainers. These will be spring yearling heifers, calved February of 2022. We have a single entry within class 38. We have an entry from Griswold Cattle, LLC. This is the last class within the division.
Just a single entry as we get to our last class in this division, and one that's just moderate in her overall type and kind, yet when you look at her through her front 1/3, this is a sleek fronted, skinny over the top side of her neck one. Real fresh in her overall design and makeup, yet still naturally swoopy through the center portion of her body. I sure appreciate this one's structural integrity. She floats around the ring, reaches and flexes and moves really well. But just real genuine in her overall build and kind, and extremely fresh coming out here today. Congratulations on just a single entry class.
Your results coming out of Class 38 of Maintainers. First place is Griswold Cattle, LLC. We will now bring back our class winners from 36, 37, and 38, and our judge will select your champion junior yearling heifers. We welcome everybody back to our Hereford show ring in the north side. In the ring at this time is now going to be Class 502. These are polled spring bull calves. We have calves in this category from April 4th through April 12th of 2023. We have entries in this class coming in from Samantha Campbell and Lorenzo Farms.
We've got 3 class winners and 2 seconds out here, and I'll tell you what, this might be 5 of the best individuals that have came at us all day long, and you sure got to appreciate the quality in every single one of them. They kind of come in different packages, sizes, and proportions today, but that's okay. I think quality comes in different origins and places to be, and we just got to put our emphasis of where each individual wants to be. But all these class winners, starting with the young man up front, is just that one there's got the center body and the youthful look and just the overall genuine build and kind. Then you got the longer spine, bigger outlined heifer in 2 that's got some power, some bone, and some foot under, yet still fresh in her overall design and makeup. And then the young man with the white flank comes out next, and she's got the center body and the wedgy front end, and with plenty enough power and bone and foot under. I'm going to make one pass through, but let's go ahead and put our hands together and congratulate every one of these exhibitors.
Your Mainetainer champion junior yearling heifer comes out of Class 36. That is going to be entry 4202 from Tyson Fox. Rolling into consideration will now be the second place out of Class 36 from Kai Thompson.
Well, welcome back to the pole side. We've got a duo with spring bull calves, pretty close in age, just 4 days separating these two guys, and we've definitely got a growth advantage, a little more maturity, maybe even on this bull that's going to win the class. He's just so well balanced. He's deep in his fore and his rear rib. Really like his advantage in his circumference today on that scrotum. He's sound off his feet and legs. He's really good through that front end and his shoulder. Really masculine. He's just got a nice look about him. Really pin wide when you get behind him, and like I said, you put him on the move, and he's got a nice free stride. That's just a really nice bull to start your pole show off with. Congratulations. Second place bull, really like him in terms of his moderate frame size. This bull's not as attractive, not as extended through his front end as our class winner, but when he kind of gets out and doesn't fight the halter, he's free and easy off his hind legs. He takes a long stride. I really like his rib shape, just not as much to him today, and he maybe not as attractive from that hawk down, but 2 really, really good bulls to start this show off with. Congratulations.
Your results for Class 502 of polled Hereford Spring Bull Calves. In second place, Samantha Lynn Campbell. First place goes to Lorenzo Farms. In the ring at this time is now going to be Class 503. These will be polled spring bull calves, calved March 8th through March 28th of 2023. Over in your Maintainer show ring at this time, we now have all of our division winners returning. Our judge will select our grand champion and reserve grand champion open Maintainer females.
Really nice polled spring bull class here. Again, just two head, but really a lot of quality in these guys. The bull that's going to win the class, phenotypically, he's just the soundest, the most correct, very robust in his rib cage, and really in terms of body width, this guy's pretty much a massive truck. He can't get his feet close together if he tried, and that's just a testament to the muscle down his top. Beautiful shape to that quarter and that stifle. Really appreciate his scrotal circumference. Great through that front end. He balances so well. Just a really, really complete individual, well presented. Bull in second, another deep-sided bull. He's just not as base-wide as this class winner, but again, this is a very structurally sound bull. He's probably not as attractive through that front end, maybe not as smooth at the top of his shoulder, but he's got a lot of width at top. He's level from hooks to pins. Again, he's just not as far along, not as base-wide. We'd just like to stouten him up a little bit more today, but very good green, light condition bull, really nice class winner. Congratulations.
Your results coming out of Class 503 in your Hereford show. In second place, entry 3778 from Marvin Farm and Tara Hausner. And your class winner, entry 3780 from Landgren Ranch. At this time, we will now bring back our class winners from 502 and 503, and our judges will select your champion and reserve champion polled spring bull calves.
Well, as we get out here to pick the champion maintainer female, first I got to thank the association and Blake and Lindsay and all their crew for short notice asking me to come out here and do this, and it's truly an honor and a privilege and something a guy doesn't take lightly when you get the opportunity to come out here and do this. It's a great feeling and a true honor for me. Just want to thank the crew back home for taking care of things while I'm gone for a couple days. D-Rob was out here doing the Angus yesterday and didn't even get a chance to see him. He was gone and I was in, and it's a lot of fun, and I've enjoyed myself, and just want to thank my wife and kids for, once again, they got a barn full at the house they're taking care of, and handling all that while I'm gone, and I'm surely appreciative of it, because between the crew at the ranch and my crew at the house, it's a blast, and my life is full right now, and I just want to, once again, I'm so appreciative of all the ring staff and these junior kids out here helping. This is what it's about, putting your time back into it and giving back to the organization. But I'm not going to talk no more. I'm not going to get no huggy-feely. It's a trying time right now, but the industry is phenomenal, and the markets right now are so strong, and we all need to take advantage of it and utilize this for the future. So let's put our hands together, congratulate all these division winners, and we're going to pick you some champions.
Really nice division in our Polled Spring Bull class. They get these class winners back out in their respective seconds. Again, we didn't have a lot of numbers, but the quality's sure deep here. I think both of these, this April and March calves, they're just stout as can be, and when you get them back out here and compare them, there's definitely some differences in power and kind. I just wanted to point out, I appreciate both of these guys being GE'd. I think their numbers are great. Where you excel is you're just kind of blowing it out of the water there on Baldy and Brahman influence, and then very, very good on scrotal. You've got a great spread from birth to yearling. You can do a lot of things with that guy. That's an impressive bull. Taking nothing away from this younger one that won the first class. Again, a really long-sided, stout-made calf. I love his front end. He's just balanced so well and structurally sound. These are two tremendous herd bull builders. The respective seconds, I think you definitely are deserving to be out here. We've got a couple of favorites that we like. Mom will go out and select your champion reserve. Congratulations on a great first division.
In your Hereford show ring, your champion polled spring bull calf